listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Jubilee Park, Ringwood this afternoon. It's second semi-final day this afternoon. The winner progressing to the grand final in Division 3 for 2025. And what a mouth-watering clash we've got set down for decision this afternoon. It's Donvale versus Knox. These two have been the powerhouses of Division 3 over the last couple of years. And once again, they meet up for a chance at a premiership to at least have one hand on the cup heading into the grand final in 2 weeks' time. Well, last weekend I had two of the up-and-coming young analysts of the media team, but this week I've brought in all the big guns, two of the most experienced guys that you could ever ask to bring in on a big day, and it's a very warm welcome to Ray Baird and Matt Spiderlee. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, good afternoon, Brash. Always good to have come out to Jubilee Park for finals. It's a great venue, a great viewing point for us here on the balcony, and the crowd is building, Spider.
Yeah, it certainly is, Ray. Good afternoon to you, Ray, Brash, and all of our viewers and listeners. What a day, magnificent, glorious, Ringwood looking in perfect, picturesque conditions, and what a match we've got in store later this afternoon between two high-quality teams. One that's searching to get that promotion, that premiership that escaped them last year, and one team that's determined to, that slipped under the radar in the more recent times, the last 4 to 6 weeks, but we know what their capability is.
It's an absolute, not only is there finals here today, but there's an absolute bevy of finals around the Eastern Football Netball League this afternoon. I believe we have a clash today, a Division 1 clash between Park Orchards and Beaconsfield, Ray.
Yes.
Should be a very interesting broadcast game, that one too, wouldn't it?
Oh, that'd be a great game to be broadcasting. Two great sides there, Bresh.
Yeah, out at Eastland, who haven't hosted senior finals for a few years now. So a great opportunity for both those clubs to play on a pretty big ground and a well-credentialed ground with the new surface as well. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays up. Also, qualifying final day in Division 2 with Wantirna South taking on Surrey Park. That's an interesting game set down for decision as well. Certainly is. Looking forward to seeing how that one unfolds. Surrey Park, we know that finals are what they've always been striving for, going up a division, and Wantirna South, like some of the things that they've been able to do this season have just been so admirable. And once again, they get the opportunity to really test the waters in a final situation. So looking forward to seeing how they go. Look, they're a quality team, and I'm sure we'll discuss it throughout this hour. And also the big Division 4 clash for the winner going into a grand final today. I believe Chirnside Park are taking on Whitehorse. Ray, Chirnside they normally get a bit jittery around this time of the year.
Yeah, they do, Brash, but look, they've been the number one side in division all year. Yes, they had a bye last week, and if they win today, they'll have another rest next week. Now we just ponder whether that's good for the situation. Each club would handle it differently, but whether it's good or not, or maybe they would. You would not prefer to lose today, but you'd like to have a bit of momentum going into a grand final. Second semi-final, it's always a free hit, isn't it? When you think about it, for the side that's finished second. They're going up against a team that's finished on top of the ladder. The team that's on top's thinking, we're going pretty well. But how often do we see it, boys, that over the years where the top side gets rolled in the first week in the second semi and has to go the long way, but still ultimately can come out on top and take the flag? So big opportunity for Whitehorse this afternoon to do that. But so in a sense, it's a bit of a free hit for them. Yeah, look, Brett, Spider, we've seen a completely different Division 4 this year, Brash, because usually by the time we get to mid-season, you know the top 3 sides, and then there's a big gap to the rest. But going into last week's last round, there was 6 of the 7 sides were still able to play finals, and that's something we've never seen before, Brash, in Division 4.
No, we haven't, and it was great to actually see that for a change, Ray. I was really I was really happy that Division 4 finished like that. 6 sides actually, vying for 4, for a Final 4 spot. And at one stage it looked like there was a fairy tale, and then all of a sudden that fell apart. And unfortunately for Croydon North, a big second half for them, but they just couldn't get back into the contest after Warrandyte put them to the sword in the first half.
Yeah, a bit of fatigue, I think, has set in with Croydon North. They showed in the last few weeks of the season that they were capable, but they just couldn't get the job done. And maybe it overwhelmed them a little bit last week. And they'll be a better side for it, perhaps in another 12 months' time when they get another opportunity, if they get that opportunity, because we know you're not guaranteed. But you've got to commend what Warrandyte and both Kilsyth did last week, getting the victories and progressing, and they'll meet each other this weekend. So, look, it would have been great to see Bull make the finals in their first season in the competition, but they can take so much joy and pleasure and celebrate what has been a fantastic first season in the competition. Now they know what's required to step up in the years going forward. And
finally, the Premier Division comes down to a grandstand finish this afternoon, and what a round it's actually promising to be. I thought round 17 had it all, but round 18 could also still throw a few curveballs, and we're going to start off with that before we really get into this clash this afternoon. And we're going to kick it off, Ray, with Roval are taking on East Ringwood this afternoon. Roval not in the best of form at the moment, but East Ringwood, they sort of like. They're sort of, I'm not saying they're coasting, but their form has been up and down a little bit heading into this last round.
Yeah, you're right, Brash. East Ringwood's form has plateaued over the last 3 or 4 weeks, but compared with what they went into the final series last year. But on the other hand, Roval, look, they've been very disappointing to me. I just think that, on paper, they're a better side than what they're performing. I think they've only won 1 out of the last 5.
Do you think it's been the factor that a lot of those players have gone away, they've come back in? Do you think it's unsettled the playing group a little bit? So there's just been a little bit of movement in and out of the team.
Well,
so
look,
it's probably unsteadied them
I'm a great advocate of people. If they want to go away, they go away, and they told the club at the start of the season. But the thing is, these were 3 or 4 really top liners in the Roval lineup. But the thing is, since they've come back, they haven't fired a shot. So you're out of football for a month or so, and
probably haven't done the work.
Well, I don't know what it is. They haven't done the work or whatever, but they just haven't fired a shot, and it's been left up to young Josh Clark to carry that midfield for Roval while they were away, and he's even had to do it since they've been back. I can't see them winning today. And I'll be honest, as a Roval person, it hurts me to say this, I can't see them winning a final, whoever gets there to play them next week.
Yeah, the form certainly suggests that at the moment. Brash?
I'm not prepared. To be honest with you, I'm not prepared to give up on Roval just yet. I still think, I don't think that they can win today, but I still think that they're the 4th best side in the competition.
Yeah, I think that's about where they sit for me too, Brush. Yeah.
And I still believe that they are good enough with that lineup. I reckon they're good enough to win at least. I think they can win a final.
I've been subscribing to the fact that if they play a team like Noble Park, they're under pressure to play to win in that final. But whereas if they play South Croydon, I think South Croydon would like their chances, wouldn't they? Because they've beaten them a couple of times during the year.
Yes.
So I think there's a little bit of a thing where Roval probably want to try and dodge South Croydon, but they're probably more happy to play Noble Park.
But you've got to remember also, Noble Park just beat them recently as well in the run home.
Interestingly, and just quickly on East Ringwood, I had some reports during the week. They think that East Ringwood, in the second half of the season, probably they've dropped off in the speed. They looked a bit slow. I don't really subscribe to that. I always think I look at it the other way. You tell me it's really, really hard for any side. It doesn't matter what side it is, to try and maintain the rage for 18 straight weeks, right, and play to a standard you were early in the season. It's too hard.
I think it's a bit of a continuity thing, boys, because when you think about it, they've had a lot of players coming in and out of the team that have been playing VFL. So Toby's been playing some games at Collingwood. So you take him out of their team, and it probably brings them back to the field slightly. Bello hasn't played every game. So they've had guys coming in and out of the team, so it's probably unsettled them at times. So when they've got the full complement, we know how good and how capable they are. So it's just a matter of getting them all on the field together and playing consistently for a couple of weeks in a row so that they can bed that down. Their forward line at times there's been a bit of a disconnect for me, and obviously that's been a reflection on some of the inaccurate kicking and some of their low scores, like they've kicked 9-18, 8-12. They haven't been kicking the big scores that we know that they're capable of. So, but that's probably because of other teams, their defensive elements, they've really improved and been sort of squeezing them up the field a little bit more. So maybe everyone's trying to read the facts that if you can get on top of their forward line and close it down and close down the ball movement, which they like to do at speed, then there's ways that you can work around it.
Brash, I think what's happened in Premier Division this year is what we've been after for the last 10 years is that it's a very close competition.
Exactly.
It's a very even competition. And you speak to any of the coaches, they always say if you're not switched on, you're going to get beaten.
Yep.
And whereas in other years, you've had your top 5 or 6 they will win most games, and then there'll be a gap. Well, this year there's no gap whatsoever.
Well, Brenton Sanderson was on record this week to say that he was resting players this weekend, and they come up against Vermont this afternoon at Vermont, and Vermont are still a fluker's chance of sneaking into the finals, but they need a lot of things to go their way.
A lot of dominoes are going to fall
I think
their
it's
way.
more unlikely than likely. And Brash, how do you feel being, you follow Vermont and you've been around the club for such a long period of time. What would they be feeling going into this game? What's their approach have to be? I mean, is it they just have to ignore the outside noise about the results that are required and just focus in? But how have you read the last month?
I went up to the club on Thursday night, and there's a very philosophical approach to this game. Control the controllables, and let the things that you can't control. Yeah. You just got to and you've got to shut them out. They're not going to turn around, and just because Baldwin have got may have an undermanned side, that's not going to stop them from going out there, because they've still got something to prove. Their last. I mean, like I said, a month ago I said they weren't going to win another game of football for the year. Well, they've won their last 3.
Yeah.
All right, and there's still a deniable chance of winning a spot in the final because Baldwin already know their destiny.
Brash, if Vermont win today,
I can't see.
If they do win today and they were to even to play finals, you go back in a month's time, those Vermont people who have been around, they know their football. They're not going to say that final cost us our season. They're going to say those games early in the year that we threw out, we were in control and then we got run over in the last quarter, very close finishes. That's what's cost Vermont their season.
Inevitably, actually, the side that's probably done the most amount of damage this year to at least 2 or 3 sides' finals aspirations is Berwick.
Berwick, yeah.
They're the ones, they should have beaten Vermont twice. They beat them once.
Should have beaten Roval twice.
And they beat
1 point difference.
And they beat Doncaster East, and that contributed to, with other results not going Doncaster.
Well, Brash, we spoke about this during the week, and we said, Berwick are the big improvers. They got the most out of this season in Premier Division if you take away premierships and all that.
So, all right, surmising who wins this one. Does Vermont... I think Vermont are going to win by at least 6 goals in terms of percentage, but they can't afford South Croydon to win by too much. Yeah. I think the Dominoes... I'd like to see Vermont win. I think they can win, but it'll only be a goal. But I think the other game will be the decider.
I actually do think Baldwin will still win this game.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I just think you bring Durden back into the team, and they look a completely different model when they go forward. I mean, we know that they've lost games against Noble Park. We know against East Ringwood. And their form slump, Brash, is a little bit identical to
exactly the same as last year.
Yeah, but it's also, when you look at in an AFL mirror, it's a bit like Collingwood when you think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, they've slumped a little bit, but then Brendan Sanderson talked about the slump and then again having to rise, but having to get through the effort and fighting through the perseverance and persistence factors. So they're the sort of things for preparing themselves. You still want to go in with good habits going into a finals campaign. So there's still spots on the line for some of those Baldwin players to get back into that team and nail down a spot because they've got so much depth. But as we're aware, the points with Baldwin are the big factor. They play at 46 points most weeks, so they are moving the magnets, every week on the whiteboard. So it's really hard to really bed down a consistent team week after week. So that's the big thought process. Which way are they going to go? A couple of their ex-AFL stars going to sit it out. A couple of their younger players going to get the opportunity in a finals campaign. So today, they go on show, some of those younger players.
Well, they're playing for a final spot.
To play for a final spot. So winning is ultra important. So it's not too dissimilar to what he talked about a few weeks ago on radio regarding where Collingwood have been, and they've mirrored them. And their effort last week, Baldwin, I thought was quite good. They just in the end they couldn't quite get over the line.
Well, I'm picking Baldwin to win today. I think they'll beat Vermont probably by about 18 points.
I think Baldwin will win by around about 2 to 3
But
goals.
I don't like the idea of Brenton Sanderson resting players. I'd like to go into a final series with a good win in round 18, and if you're resting players, there's always that little bit of doubt there.
Ray, I think if we were talking AFL parlance, we'd be saying they're tanking.
Well, the thing about it is they can't move. Like their position on the ladder can't.
Or bringing the game into disrepute for not putting your best side on the park.
But would they be playing their best team if they were playing for top spot, or if they could move down
that's
the
what
ladder?
I mean.
That's the $64 question, which leads us to the other game that of significance for these three, for the sides we've just spoken about. South Croydon are at home to Noble Park this afternoon. South Croydon, after being in front for probably 2.5 quarters last week, got overrun by Vermont, but they head back to Cheong, which has always been a very happy hunting ground for them this year. Noble Park, big winners over Baldwin last round, but they've and a win today for Noble basically seals the deal for them. And
I think they will. I'm picking Noble Park to win. I think they will. It'll be a tight tussle, but eventually I think they'll win by a couple of goals.
What do you reckon, Spider?
Oh, what a reward it will be if Noble Park win this game. Considering where we thought they were going to be at the start of the season. Mid-year, they started to rise up the ladder. They've proved a lot of people wrong, their own expectations. But a guy like Sam Gilbert, who's played some wonderful footy, Brad Crouch has come into the team in recent weeks and just dominated it. A contested footy in the stoppages, clearances, just been magnificent, in accumulation of possession. So
those two could be the difference.
They could be the difference of them winning, and that's why I think that they will win this game. I just think when you put those two players into that team, that will be the significant difference. And a guy like Reardon, who's been just fantastic, along with guys like Broderick, the Marsons, who have had terrific second part of the years, McDonald, who's been really good, Broderick, and then go down back, a guy like Fairbank, who's just been absolutely tremendous as well. So, and Stern when he goes forward. So they've got a lot of options. So South Croydon, a lot of work to do. It's just going to be whether they defend strongly enough, but whether they can transition the ball against a team that will make it very difficult for them.
And I think Sheridan's going to have to kick goals.
Yeah, he's going to probably have to kick 4 to 5 goals.
But he has been a goal kicker over the last month.
But against this Noble Park defence, who like to shut down, we know what Steve Hughes is capable of. Yep. He'll lock them down. That's going to be the big task. Defensively, if they get on top today, Noble Park, the game is over, because they will push the ball forward and they will score off turnover. So that's going to be the big question. Can they do it?
All right, let's quickly move on. Blackburn are in absolutely irresistible form at the moment. They're taking on Doncaster East down at Zerbies this afternoon. I can't, at this particular stage, I can't make a case for Doncaster East beating Blackburn this afternoon. I think Blackburn hold all the aces in this game.
Oh, they do. You've got to look where they're sitting on the ladder, and they've been, to me, they're the standout side in the whole division. And Doncaster East, they've given Ryan James another year as coach next year. So I spoke to Doncaster East person yesterday. He said they should have won that game at Noble Park.
But this is the thing, Ray. They should have won a lot of games during the year, and they just haven't won the games. And that's why I'm so surprised that Ryan James is going again. But if they get the right people around him and support him, they can turn it around very quickly if they get the right personnel from a playing perspective. They just need to have a look at that mid-range type of players.
That's right,
and see if they can identify some
I said
good
that
players.
On Friday preview. Look, their top players, ex-AFL players, are very good. Their young kids are coming through, but there's that 5 or so players in that middle order. They need to improve with that part of their list.
And probably not sticking up for Ryan James, but in fairness, he hasn't had the services of Wen and DeLuca, two of his prime
Yeah, well,
Prime
DeLuca's
Minister.
come back since he's come back into the team, they've been a lot better served in the middle part of the ground. But just on the flip side to that, what a story for the Blackburn Football Club to finish on top of the ladder and salute. I mean, that is just an unbelievable story for this club. And if they can get to a grand final and have the chance to break that, premier drought of winning a premiership, that would be just enormous. And it's a big finals campaign. They're going to be hunted in this final series, but I think they'll get the job done today. They were a little bit off the boil last week. They'll acknowledge that against Berwick. Berwick were very competitive, as we've alluded to. So Blackburn, they'll just want to get through this game. And they're hard games to get through, Brash, because in that last game, you're trying to get minutes into players, and you're just trying not to get injured. So Blackburn, they'll get the win because they're a good side, but I think today is just all about going to be getting through the game, getting the result, and moving on as quick as they can.
And finally, Berwick get another chance to get another win to end their season on a high. They take on Mitcham down at Edwin Flack, and look, a lot of even the top 3 or 4 sides have gone down there, and they haven't put a score on the board, which is kudos to Berwick. And I think once again Berwick's form has been very, very good, especially in the second half of the season. I think Andrew Williams has done a fantastic job with that side, and I reckon, and I actually can see them threatening for a top 5 position if they recruit well in their off-season next year.
Yeah, I agree, Breston. They'll win this game because I think that Mitcham are going to get lost on the big wide open spaces of William Flack Reserve down there. It's just so big a ground, and Berwick, they bottle you up in that outer forward pocket, for a quarter or so. They starve you with the football, and then you try and do something that is not familiar with what you normally do, Spider, and that's how they win most of their games.
It is, and it's a great building block for Berwick going into 2026, and if they can identify some players that they can build on and get into this playing group, they're going to be more than competitive next season and years going forward. For Mitcham, look, it's been a disappointing year without question. There's games that slipped away from during the year. There was some performances that didn't stack up, and ultimately they were punished on the scoreboard by some big margins, but they've just got to go back. They've got to be competitive. They've got to build for the future. We've talked about it. It might take a couple of seasons, but now they just need a bit of stability in the place. We know Neil Winterton, there's a prospect of him staying around at Mitcham as the coach. That's what they need. Yeah. So I think for them, there is a good, positive nature. They've just got to go there today and start setting the foundation to being, a good side again, going back to Division 1 and, planting their first foot forward going into 2026. This game does mean something for them. This is the first little stepping point for what they've got to do, to continue that rebuild and to give themselves a chance to come back up into Premier in the years going forward.
And talking about Division 1, that's where we're going to go to next. It's the big qualifying final down at East Burwood this afternoon between Park Orchards and Beaconsfield. Beaconsfield, they lost last week, but because Baronia lost, they ended up with the double chance. And, I look at Park Orchards and, look, they've probably played second fiddle to the South Belgrave this year, but their form has been as good as any. And I just they've gone on. In terms of the media team, they've probably gone under the radar, and we probably haven't spruiked them enough.
Brace, this is exactly what Spider and I said last week on the Friday preview. We haven't given them the chat that they're entitled to, because as you say, they were workmanlike side. They don't usually win by big margins. They just get the job done.
It's very much a Paris Harvey mould.
It's been a mantra as used for such a long period of time. And the ground at East Burwood will suit the way that they play Park Orchards. They're familiar with it. They've played finals football, a lot of these players there before, so that it's not going to be a strange place for them. It will be interesting to see how Beaconsfield will go on the ground. So Park Orchards, I think they will get this win, but that doesn't discredit Beaconsfield, because I still think that they can turn that around, and if they get the opportunity to play a Park Orchards again later in the final series for potentially a spot in the grand final, that they could certainly take it up to them. But they're going to need everyone, really stepping up to the plate and putting a big performance in. A guy like Arts will need to play some really good footy across this finals campaign, but they can't be just left solely to him as well. There's going to have to be a few others that are going to have to come with him. Yeah,
well, I'm going for Beaconsfield. I've always liked Beaconsfield, even when they lost a few games in the middle of the season there. And I just think today, I'm not saying that Park Orchards can't go on and win the flag, but today I'm going to pick Beaconsfield.
Yeah, and Kobe Ship's been he's going to be a really important player for them in this contest. And we know what sort of players Park Orchards had. Prozenak, guys like Keppel, Hickey, etc. The names rattle off the tongue. So they're going to be players that they're going to be looking for, the Sharks. But I just think in the end they might just have a bit too much for Beaconsfield.
I think this game is going to be a lot closer than what a lot of people think. I think Park Orchards win, but I tell you what, Beaconsfield for mine are going to give them a huge scare, and I'm only going to pick Park Orchards to win by 9 points.
And it's the pressure around the ball brush too, what Beaconsfield do provide. So if they can stop the ball transition, we know Park Orchards like to run and move and carry, change up the angles, move the ball with speed, and they hurt you on turnover. So Beaconsfield going to have to be really precise the way they move the ball at a ground like Eastland this afternoon.
Mitcham's round hosting a round of finals this afternoon at Walker Park at 2:20, and it's the qualifying final in Division 2 between Wantirna South and Surrey Park. And for mine, at the start of the season, I would have said that if Surrey Park had finished 9-9 and just outside the top five, that I'd be happy. I'd be happy with that result, considering the rise that they've come from 4th to 3rd to 2nd, but once again they've exceeded my expectation to once again get into a final, Ray.
Yeah, look, you can't take anything away from Surrey Park, what they've done coming up a division, because I say that, you come up a division, the standard of football is a 10 to 15% better standard as you come up. And they haven't faltered, Surrey Park, whatsoever. But the thing is that when you go to finals in a higher division, that goes up another 10%. Can they handle that extra 10%? I don't know. Today I'm picking against them. I'm picking Wantirna South.
Yeah, I'm picking Wantirna South just on the proviso. I just think they've got a little bit more talent spread across the board. I think up forward, guys like Hewitt, who's in exceptional form, guys like Grimer, Quinn Clarkin being in really good form. You look at guys like Brock Caney, down back, they're well served. I just think that they've got a little bit more across the board. Surrey Park, the big concern for me is not having a guy like Jack Mann in that team. He's their X-factor player. He's out injured. Their ball transition. And I just think on the ground like Mitcham, they're going to be challenged because they're going to be closed up a little bit more. They don't have the time and space. Wantirna South will certainly want to put the clamps on that. And I think the ground like Walker Park will really suit the Devils. I think they're going to win by about 3 or 4 goals.
We're going to change tact and we'll come back to that game. But first of all, we're going to introduce the assistant coach of the Donvale Football Club, Justin Goldsmith. Good afternoon, Justin.
Good afternoon. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Justin, it's a day that Donvale are not unused to. This is the 4th year in a row you've made it to the second semi-final. So in terms of, there shouldn't be any nerves, but there always is. Yeah. But having a look at the side's been building nicely throughout the season. And to me, this looks nearly, when I see the players that were emergencies today, this looks as good a side that you can put on the park at this stage of the year.
Yeah, I think you're right, Brash, and I think you can see the quality of the players that are playing in the development side that there's a lot of unlucky guys, and our availability has been challenged all year. We've had an extraordinary run with injuries right throughout the year, but it's never been as good as what it is right now. It's amazing how the warm weather comes and we get a much better level of availability. So yeah, we've got no excuses for us, and we're really looking forward to the day.
You played Knox in round 18 down at Donvale. What are the things that you feel that you're going to have to overcome that they may have exposed or exposed in that contest? Is there things in that game that you'll need to do to stop Knox from having that influence that they had in that game?
Yeah, look, they were really impressive in that game, and we obviously took into consideration the amount of run that they showed. On a big ground on a really fast deck out here at Ringwood, it should suit them, and we watched them last week against Scoresby, and they were terrific, and we felt that they outran Scoresby in the second half. So that's a real area of focus for us. But we think we're a pretty good running side as well, and we think we've got enough players on the outside to more than match them, and we'll be a handful.
Justin, good luck this afternoon. Really looking forward to the contest. You're talking about some of the things you're doing and you're looking for coming up against the Knox side, but what about internally for yourselves? What are some of the key messages within that you're looking towards today? What are some of the 3 touching points when you're talking as a group that you want to try and get out of today, particularly when you start the game?
Oh, look, we think traditionally we're a pretty fast starting side, so we obviously want to get off to a terrific start. But we believe that our best is good enough, and particularly with the availability that we've got. So it becomes a real challenge for us to produce our best on the day, because we think that'll be good enough. I think we're pretty strong across all 3 lines as well, and the main focus that we put on today is the amount of pressure. We just really want to bring a finals-like intensity to the game. And we want to make sure we close down Knox's running game by applying maximum pressure early, creating that sort of perceived pressure. We felt we did that really well against them in round 9, and we had a really good win against them. And we want to replicate that, and if not, take it to another level.
Have you had a bit of a chat about, in terms of some, like we've seen in second halves, like there has been the tendency to have a bit of that fade out factor? I mean, is that more of a mindset thing within the group, or is that something that you sort of focus in on and say, guys, no, we've just got to get off to that fast starter, as you're alluding to? What are the sort of things that you're going to do to conjure that? Yeah,
I think it's just about focusing on a 4-quarter effort. We don't think it's a lack of fitness. I think we're well and truly fit enough, and we've had a really good preparation over the last 2 weeks. I think when you compare the preparation between us and Knox, they had the chaos of playing a game. We had 5 training sessions in a real controlled environment. Our fitness is really strong, we think. So we're really confident that we'll finish the game off well. I think there's a couple of different reasons as to why we've faded away in some games throughout the year with availability and injuries and that type of thing, but we don't think it's a huge issue, but it is an area where we want to make sure we're playing all the minutes and we play 4 quarters of footy.
You look at the 2 sides that have been your biggest threats so far. Scoresby like to move the ball fast, off transition, and they punish off turnover, and that was a big factor when they came from behind to win that big game a few weeks ago. Knox, on the other hand, on the other flip side to that, they like to lock down defensively, very strong, very tight, like to squeeze. What sort of things are you going to do to that to try and temper that movement of the ball that Knox like to do?
Well, we want to play the ball in our forward half, and we think we've got some really dangerous small forwards who are not only dangerous offensively, but can apply maximum pressure. We've obviously got some aerial threats with, big Ethan Duncan and Nick Murphy and Matt Day. They can all mark the footy. But we've got, Caleb Djordjevic, Jack Tower.
Been in outstanding form, Djordjevic.
Yeah, he's a beauty. He's a really big game player as well. He's kicked 6 goals in the last 2 games against Knox, so I'm sure that they'll be concerned about him. But we certainly don't want to have Knox kick-starting their ball movement from our forward 50, so we're going to apply maximum pressure.
I actually reckon one of the players that we haven't even spoken about, but for mine, he's a proven finals footballer, and is Harry Giles in that forward 50, mate. He just knows where to run to all the right spaces. He's a very dangerous forward. I've seen him carve sides up in 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, he's terrific, Brash, and he's well rested. He had a slight back injury about 4 weeks ago, so he hasn't played, but he's been able to train most of that time, so he's fresh as a daisy. So he'll play a bit of forward, bit of mid, gives us real leg speed, and he's a goal kicker, and he loves to kick goals on big occasions. So, we think our forward line will be a handful for Knox.
Yeah. Justin, look, a game of football, there's a movement in momentum and all that, and Knox, they like to get that momentum going, and as we just said, they have that outside run and that. Do you have the plans in place that you can, at some stage of the game, just starve them with the football and control it?
Yeah, we think we've got pretty good ball users off half-back as well, who can, if we need to, we can just own the footy for periods of time and just chip it around. There's certainly enough room out there at Ringwood, isn't there, to play that style of game, but what it needs is players who are prepared to work in the space to give our backs that easy kick, that get-out kick to relieve the pressure. So we think, Max Otten's a great kick, Jake McCormack's a great kick, Nathan Mill, these boys can use the ball, Christian Zalak, and if the time calls for it, we will be able to chip the ball around and just maintain possession and just take a bit of sting out of the game, I think.
And one of your basic players, of course, is James Rouser. He's an absolute superstar. Yeah. Do you ever talk to your other midfielders and all that about helping him out a little bit more?
Yeah. Yeah, look, James hasn't played most of the year. He's only played 4 games.
Yeah,
so
amazing,
we've had to cope without him.
Yeah.
And I think predominantly we've coped really well without him. Our midfield's been really strong. And what it has done, it's given other guys like Dylan Sinisic and Harry Giles more focus in the midfield, more time in the midfield. So we've got a lot of depth in today's side. We've brought some boys in, like Mihaela Zalik, Dylan Sinisic and Harry Giles are all in from the last time we played Knox. So
and Wignall as well.
And Kyle Wignall, yeah. So it allows us to put Kyle on a wing. We've got probably 6 to 8 guys we can spin through the midfield. And we think that's an advantage for us with a lot of depth. But certainly James is a great player, but we don't want to rely on James. We want to spread the load in the midfield.
And
Sorry, but one of those players that you have brought into your side is Chris Tout, who shows a bit of grunt around that midfield, which has added to your strength around there.
Yeah, he's had a terrific year. He's probably been our best midfielder all year, and he is a grunt player. You're right. Yeah. And then John O'Fathakis from Doncaster, he plays in a similar way. So we think we've got a good mix of inside and outside midfielders. So yeah, we're comfortable with. We're pretty strong in that area today.
What about you on a personal note, enjoying the role as an assistant coach? Your journey, man. You had a decorated career as a footballer, and you've been a part of this footy club for a long time. What does it mean to you being a part of it on a coaching basis? And is it something that you've really enjoyed, and is something you want to pursue going forward?
Oh, look, I don't think I've got the time to do a senior role, Spider, but I have enjoyed it. And Colo got me involved. Colo was my coach, back in the 90s. And, so he got me involved 5 or 6 years ago. And my son plays in the side, obviously, so I was going to be at the games anyway. So it's a real joy to watch my son.
Does your son listen? That's the important part. How's that relationship?
No, it's good. He's a great kid, I coach a forward, so I don't have a lot to do with Tom. He's a wingman, so I'm not his specific line coach. But he's good, and I think it's enough just having that assistant role. It's a great break for me from working life and everything else. It's I love community footy, and I love the club. And love the boys at the club. They're a fantastic group of boys, and they've had a bit of success over the last 3 years, but they are just a super group of boys, so I love it.
Finally, for me, Justin, this is more on the psychological side of the game. Obviously, with the week off, you've had five controlled sessions.
Yeah.
Can you get a mental mind on how the players are thinking in that time off? And can they actually lose the game of football in their mind before they actually hit the park? Yeah,
I think we'll find out, Brash. You never really know, do you? You don't know what operates in the subconscious of the players. But certainly, I would say all day long it was good for us because players like Chris Tout was a bit banged up. A few other boys in the midfield who carried a heavier load in James's absence throughout the year, just needed to be freshened up. And everyone's saying that they're feeling fresh. So I think, there will certainly be no excuses from us. I think we're good to go, and we'll put on a good performance today, I think.
Well, Justin, thanks very much for coming up and giving us your time, and all the best to yourself, Tony Weeks and Donvale, and hopefully at 5 o'clock you've got another appointment with a grand final in 2 weeks' time.
Let's hope so. Thanks, Brash. Thanks, guys. Justin. Have a good call.
Thank you very much.
Good on you guys.
There you have it, assistant coach.
Did a great job.
Did a great job. Justin Goldsmith from Donvale.
Yeah, he was a good player in his time. And,
he was a good player.
Fantastic person around the Eastern Football Netball League, and not a bad little coaching panel to have in a line. You guys like Tony Weeks and Justin and etc. And obviously Kevin in the past. So they've always had a very strong commitment to their coaching setup.
Before Steve Buckle comes on, Ray, did you want to have a quick comment about that Wani South Surrey Park game today?
Yeah, look, as I was going to say before we got the coaches in, well, look, Surrey Park have been fantastic. They've come up a division, and as I said, I think that when you come up a division, the standard is probably 10-15% better as you go up the divisions, and they have coped with that. They have coped with that because they've finished third on the ladder. But now you're playing finals, it goes up another 10%. Are they still capable after a long season? Because let's face it, they've been bashed about a little bit more this season than they have in previous seasons. Are they going to be able to stand up? The weather's getting a bit warmer and all that. Are they going to be able to stand up and just prolong their journey in the finals?
Well, my only question for Surrey Park is that obviously last week they would be a little bit disappointed that they didn't put that game away against Eastland. Yes, the game, in context of the ladder, was a little bit insignificant, but I always like the winning form, good form going into a finals campaign, and last week it seemed like they went through the motions a little bit, but in saying that, their form in the last month hasn't been that good. So they really need to get off to a really good start on a small ground, as I alluded to just before we spoke to Justin. It's going to be a challenge for them against the Wanturna south side that like to squeeze you with the way that they use the shape of the ground. So, if a couple of their players get on top with a contested ball and really stop the way that the Surrey guys like to transition the ball, you just wonder who's going to be that outlet player for Surrey that's going to be able to take the game by the scruff of the neck and really bring it their way. We know we've got guys like Mundy and Summers, etc. Telford up forward. They've had Sam Hart, who's been a really good player for them across the year as well. So big challenge for them. I think the Devils will win, but I think it'll be a couple of goals. I think it'll be a pretty close game though.
Devils for mine by 3 goals. Gents, we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, hopefully the coach of the Knox Football Club, Steve Buckle, will join us. But you're coming to us live from Jubilee Park this afternoon. It's the big second division clash between Donvale and Knox, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1, streaming all around the world on YouTube and Facebook.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park. Big third division clash, I should say. Second semi-final day here at Jubilee between Donvale and Knox. And Donvale under-19s have booked their spot in the Division 3 Grand Final in 2 weeks' time. And it looks like Donvale reserves will also be joining them, because they have a commanding lead over Upper Ferntree Gully by 80 points at the moment, 13-11-89 to Upper Ferntree Gully 139. So it's looks everything's all looking good there for Donvale, and it probably sets up. And it's good. It gives the club a lot of momentum for the seniors when they run out.
It does, doesn't it? When you're in the rooms, everyone knows, okay, we've got 2 teams already into the grand final. So everyone's just bursting at the seams to get out there because of the excitement levels around the group. So they're full of energy, Donvale, and they'll be really excited about the prospects which present in a couple of weeks' time.
Final game set down for discussion that we on this Saturday is at East Ringwood Reserve, gentlemen. And it's the second semi-final here with the winner to go into the grand final of Division 4 between Chirnside Park and Whitehorse Pioneer. And on paper, whilst I believe Chirnside have been the best side in Division 4 this year, Whitehorse have shown at times that, they're undeniably, they're the perfect spoilers to a party, aren't they, Ray?
They certainly are. We go back 3 or 4 weeks, Brash, and we were even discussing whether or not they're going to play finals because they lost probably 3 on the trot or roundabout, something like that. And now they've put themselves back in, and if they could win today, they'll be playing in a grand final. Look, I don't think they will win. I just think that Chirnside, they have been the standout side this year, and I think that they will win today.
Yeah, look, I think Chirnside Park will win the game. Look, we know guys like Causa, Ficarelli, etc. up forward are the threats. So they're definitely going to be, put the Whitehorse defence under pressure. Guys like Dalgleish certainly going to have to be on their game today. And it's also, we know that they've got some star factors, guys like Young, Horvat, etc. that, if they get going, well, watch out. But look, you just have the feeling that Chirnside Park, across each line, probably just have that ascendancy. They'll be able to use the shape of the ground. If they can get those repeat entries and put the Whitehorse defence under pressure, you would think that they'd be able to get the win. But as we've alluded to earlier, it's a free hit for Whitehorse. They still have the prospect of coming back the long way to meet them again in a couple of weeks' time. So it's a big opportunity for their footy club. They would have been shuttered after last year's grand final result against Scoresby to get themselves into a position to play in a second semi-final. They're there, they can have a go at it, and they'll see what happens. But I do think Chirnside Park just look a little bit stronger on paper for me, so I'm tipping them right around about 3 or 4 goals.
Rach, do you think the scars of Chirnside's past, do they manifest themselves again today if things don't look like they're going their way?
How do you mean, Bresh?
Well, I mean, if they're behind and they're struggling to.
Well, the drop-off we're talking about.
Look, that becomes, as the playing group gets older, that certainly comes to the surface. But look, I just think they've still got enough, youth and running that side. They are basically an older side, but they're an older side that have all played at a higher level, and they know what finals footy's about.
Well, they've got a lot of top-end talent, Whitehorse. Probably their only question mark is at the mid to bottom end. Have they got as many quality players at the bottom end as what Chirnside Park do? You just have to think that Chirnside's got a little bit more depth across each line. Yeah, look, and I think that, I'm trying not to subscribe to that theory. Because every year is a different year, a different set of playing group, right? And sometimes you can't afford to carry the burdens of the past when you move. It's all about moving forward. And I think when you look for as good as what Chirnside have had, Whitehorse have suffered disappointments too. So it's not a matter of. I just sort of think if you're looking at the form just purely what has presented itself in the season so far, I still think that Chirnside on their day, if they play anywhere near what they're capable of, they win this game and they win it quite comfortably.
Yeah, I agree. Their best is so much better than what they.
Well, I think their biggest threat, Chirnside Park, also to themselves, is the other team that's playing tomorrow is Kilsyth. I still think Kilsyth are the wild card in this finals campaign. I think if Kilsyth get through tomorrow, they're the side that definitely can challenge Chirnside Park for this flag.
Yeah, and look, I like I said, and that being said, I mean, today's a fantastic day of football. We've also got women's finals as well, and hopefully we'll have scores throughout the afternoon for the lovers of women's football and the Eastern Football Netball League. Now that we've got we've cleared all the other games, let's put a little bit more time into this game this afternoon. And look, I look at the Knox over recent years have been able to split 1-1 during the season with Donvale. They've been able at times to sow the seeds of doubt in Donvale. I think it's going to be, for mine, I just sort of feel like that if Knox can just hang around Donvale, not let them get too far in front, they'll get their opportunity. But Ray, when they do get their opportunity, Knox, they're going to have to make hay while the sun shines.
Look, you're dead right, Baxter. I saw these clash at Knox early in the middle of the season, and it was a game where overall in the second half Donvale ran away with the game. But in the first half of that game, Knox had, if not more, as much of the football as Donvale did, but they just didn't hit the scoreboard.
Yeah, and didn't probably use the ball as effectively as what they could.
That's right. And we spoke about it week in, week out, Spider. Momentum will change in football, and while you got momentum, you got to hit the scoreboard. So that's what's got to happen today. If Knox get control of this game early, I don't want to see him at quarter time 1-5. I want to see him 5 goals 1.
Yeah, and it gets back to the saying, as we know, you know what you are pretty much at this time of the year. You can't change the way that you've played all year. You have to play. You're going to play the way you have the whole through the season. So the most important thing for Knox here today is to defend strongly. When they get that opportunity to seize the moment, Donvale do intercept well across their defensive part of the ground, and they do rebound strongly. So if they could spread this ground like Justin Goldsmith alluded to, ball transition very important. Get the ball into their forward line, get the territory going. They're going to be hard to beat. For Knox, they're just going to have to really get numbers to the source, really work hard around the contested ball front, and they're going to really have to, really get in there and win that, that clearance battle and stoppage battle. That's where they're going to win this game.
Okay, potential matchup. Let's have a look. Who does Tommy Weir play on? I'm thinking that he has to go to Duncan. Do you think that? Do you think that's a bit of a tall?
You have to take it. You have to go to Duncan because he's the biggest threat on the ground in terms of goal kicking power for Donvale.
Yeah.
Right? So you've got to put that forward straight away. You've got to make sure that you take him out of the contest. Yeah, then you've got a guy like Murphy who's just as dangerous. But if they can squeeze him up the ground a little bit, force him wide, then that really puts some pressure on the Donvale forward line and gives the opportunity for Knox to really defend strongly, intercept the ball, get them all moving their way with tempo.
And the bottom line of everything you said there, Spider, is that back six of Knox have got to work as a unit.
That's right.
You just can't have one-on-one contests. There's got to be someone come across from the side, an intercept mark to cut Murphy and Duncan
and
out
they
of
have
that.
to limit the uncontested marks.
Yeah.
Because what Donvale do really well when they move the ball in transition is they spot up targets and they do love taking uncontested marks. And if they can get those uncontested mark chains going, that really proves danger for Knox.
Yeah. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think one way I reckon that you can take Nick Murphy out of the contest, I would be running him and keeping him boundary side.
Well, you got to gas him in a sense.
Yeah,
because
take him wide.
You got to take him wide. You got to make him really work to get the ball. Because the reality is, if he gets pushed wide, it'll just upset the way that Donvale use the ball. They'll get frustrated. The forward entries won't be as clean, won't be as polished as what they normally are, and then that plays into Knox's hands.
I think, and the thing is, look, both sides are actually bringing players back in, right, that haven't had full seasons. Harry Greaves has basically come back into the side. Heppel's had injuries throughout the year. Charlie Young. So they've had players very much alongside. Like,
there's been reasons why they've had ups and downs in their
but the same is what Justin was alluding to. The Zalach boys haven't been in. So there's going to be both sides. Both sides are going to have players, right, that can't afford to gas themselves out too early because otherwise you're going to put too much pressure on the bench. And on this ground, you can't afford to be running out of legs halfway through the third quarter.
No, you can't. Absolutely. And look, the ruck battle is going to be really important as well, Brash. I mean, that, getting first hands on that ball, the midfield battle is going to be just essentially, important to make sure that where the dominance in the game will lie.
And playing on a ground as big as Jubilee Park is, to me, the switch is a completely different game, because there's no good switching on a huge ground like that because it's so damn wide. You've got to have the second and third switch tuned into that original switch. You can get away with it at a smaller ground because everyone's closer together.
Yeah.
But if you're going to switch the ball here, you've got to be very careful, because if the opposition player is running for the ball with your teammate, if he's quicker, they're going to turn over from that switch.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you hit it on the head there, Ray. Look, I just think it's going to be an exciting game right from the outset, and whoever can get off to a start is going to really set themselves up in the context of what will be an enthralling battle. Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this all unfolds. A big crowd will be coming in.
All right, finally. Yeah, all right, gents, finally.
Donvale for me to win.
How much?
I think they'll win by about 4 goals. Yep.
Raymond?
Yeah, Donvale for me, I'll go for 3 goals.
Yeah, I'm with you. Donvale by 3 goals.
Yeah.
Well, gents, thanks for helping me out on pre-match this afternoon. It's been an enjoyable pre-match. Let's sit back now and enjoy the clash that confronts us this afternoon. But when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring in the call team for this afternoon's big clash between Donvale and Knox.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Big Division 3 clash this afternoon, coming to you live here on Radio Eastern 98.1, streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube, and with time to bring in the call team this afternoon. And heading the broadcast this afternoon is as our number one comms team for today in Paul Uconi. Good afternoon, Paul. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, Brush.
Congratulations on making the call this afternoon.
Thank you, Brush. Yeah, it's a very exciting game out here. It's a beautiful day for it out here. Two sides, Donvale, they want to get back to the grand final, and while Knox, they've been through hell and back with injuries, but they've got hit through adversity to the semi-final. Should be an exciting matchup.
And the man leading the broadcast this afternoon, no stranger to EFNL football. It's a warm welcome to you, Jared Beanland. Congratulations, Jared.
Thank you very much, Wayne. Fantastic to be calling yet another final series. And Knox, well, they've taken off one of the Magpies, the top of the table Magpie teams. Can they do it to Donvale? It's going to be fascinating to see how this game unfolds, and very glad to be doing it alongside all of you.
Jared, and to you too, Paul. Obviously you weren't on pre-match, but you've probably got your own thoughts on how this game pans out. I'll start with you, Paul. How do you see the game panning out, and who wins?
I think Donvale will win this one by about 3 or 4 goals. Yeah, I think looking at the game a couple of weeks ago, it was a relatively close contest. It was only 7 points in favour of Donvale. But, Knox aren't to be underestimated either. They had a big win last week against Scoresby.
And Jared, obviously with your power ratings and you've been a keen student of all the divisions this year, and so what are your thoughts on this game this afternoon? Do you think Knox, whilst I think they're a chance, can they overcome a very strong Donvale side?
Donvale is a team stacked filled with quality and big bodies as well. They're very tall all across the ground, and while Knox, their running game definitely took Donvale by surprise at times during that round 18 clash where Donvale won by just the 7 points, they could do that again today, especially on a bigger ground here such as Jubilee, but throughout the day those taller players don't get any shorter, and that I think is going to be the key difference between the two sides today.
We also have 2 boundary riders this afternoon, and I don't know whether they're ready and willing to go, but we'll see if we can cross down to them. Ray Baird and Jaden Adolph joining us this afternoon on the boundary line. Are you there, gents?
Yes, boys. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can barely, but we can still hear you.
Okay, no. Okay.
Now we can.
Now you can. Okay, look, there's a huge crowd out here when you're standing looking out at it, and it's a bit. The wind is in gusts actually. It's gusty for a few minutes and then it stops again. But this is going to be a great game. The ground's great to play football on. Big crowd, as I say, and I think that we're all ready set to go. Jaden.
Yeah, Jaden.
G'day, boys. No, it's great to be down here. I think the wind's going to be a bit on and off today, and in typical Division 3 fashion, it's going to be a very close one, I reckon.
Jaden, is the wind favouring any particular end, or is it basically going across the ground?
Yeah, it's heading to the left of the screen, so up the cricket net's end of the ground. Brush.
And the ground condition from up here, it looks like picture perfect. What's it like down on the ground itself?
It looks pretty good. It looks very good in Ripping Nick. A little bit dry, but that's what we want because it means we'll have a clean game of footy.
All right, gentlemen, what are your tips, Raymond? Who do you pick again, Donvale?
Yeah, I've got Donvale by 3 goals.
And Jaden, what are your thoughts on the afternoon?
Oh, I think it's going to be a close one. I'll say Donvale by a single goal today, boys.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone has spoken and given their selection. But for now, I'm going to hand it over to the 2 comms guys who are going to take us through the broadcast this afternoon. Take it away, Jared.
Thanks very much, Brash. Look, it's going to be a fantastic game today, I reckon. We've got a few players out there that we're really going to want to keep our eyes on. Harry Greaves, he's the most important focal point for Knox up forward. He's going to have to use all of his wiles and experience, I think, to get his way around a strong defence in Nathan Mill and plenty of other players back there for Donvale, including the Liardi, and we've got Matt Spider-Lee joining us as well. Matt, how are you today? It was great to hear you on the pre-game.
Yeah, great to be here, boys. Jared, looking forward to this contest. The pre-game was Really good to have a good discussion about what's in store here this afternoon. I'll reiterate my tip. I think Donvale will win by 4 goals. I think Knox are a really good chance if they can take them deep into the game, but just going to be whether they can sustain it for 4 quarters.
What are the key factors for you, Spider, when you look at the Donvale side? Coming up against a Knox that definitely the challenges for today.
Well, I think the big thing is that Donvale do like those good interceptors across half back. You know, guys like Oden, and they have the interceptors. Zalek, if they can get run and carry, they can transition the ball. So Knox have got to alleviate that. They've got to eliminate that. They've got to put pressure around the contest. The midfield battle for me is going to be essential. Who gets delivery of the source, and then when the forward territory game is going to be a massive battle. So Knox are going to have to defend really strongly, push Donvale as wide as they can on the big Jubilee Park ground, so that they can really put some pressure on and transition the ball themselves. And they've got to play the game with tempo as well, because when they do play the game with that tempo ball speed, they look a lot better, Knox, as you alluded to. So big game. Looking forward to seeing if Donvale can play a full 4 quarters. They have had some games where they've faded late in games, so that's going to be a testing point as well.
The players are in position. The umpire holds the ball aloft, and the semi-final will be underway. Curry and Woodward to open hostilities. The 2 ruckman. Rouser gets the first shock, finds a bit of space, smothered immediately, gets his ball back again, and it looks like the umpires called a free kick there, so it's going to go the way of Knox. This was Crawford, Jackson Crawford, in today. Handed off to Barlow, first inside 50. It goes the way of Knox. It's been punched back to Young. He was ripped down in a tackle by Chris Tout. Going nowhere, and the ball up will be at centre half forward for the Falcons. Up we go again. Woodward just whiffed on that ruck contest. We'll have another stoppage as the rolling maul just comes to a halt not far from where that last stoppage was. Beautiful day out here at Jubilee Reserve. Unbelievable conditions for what should be an exciting game of finals footy. It was a kick inside forward 50 by Knox. Otten couldn't quite take it. Goyne is there for the Falcons. Snap around the body, it didn't go anywhere for a number 20 out there who I do not have on my team sheet, and Donvale will be able to exit defensive 50. It's come to Giles. He's going to look across the ground, goes to the outer side. Zalek takes the mark, runs on with it, and Duncan charges out and takes the mark on the lead, full-chested.
That's what we're talking about, that transition game from half-back. When they're like that, that's when they really open up oppositions. Got to be onto that Knox early in this final.
54 goals for the year thus far. He's kicked bags of 7, 8 and 9 throughout the season, so he could be in for a big haul today, especially if Donvale are able to transition the ball like that. Ethan Duncan comes in to spill the first blood for Donvale in this semi-final, and he's done just that. Calm and composed to begin the game.
Yeah, it's amazing how often we see it from Donvale, Jared, because in big games, that's what they do right from the outset. They just punish you on transition. If you give them a dump kick off half-back, they will just turn the ball over and they will take you down the ground, march you down, and they will make you pay on the scoreboard.
Tell you what, there's nothing better than when you're the full forward, and Beefy Duncan once again gets first blood. That'll set his confidence sky high early on in this big clash.
And perfect kick too, wasn't it?
It was a lovely kick.
So Donvale with the first blood in the second semi-final as Donvale look to win the clearance here. It's a real scrap here in the middle. Now it's Rouser. He handballs and it will go inside 50 again for Donvale. Here's Duncan. He kicks it high. Is it going to be another one? It is!
Nick Murphy, it looks like.
So is...
Let's have a look.
Yep.
Second for Donvale, and it's Murphy. And they've got the first 2 goals in the opening 3 minutes of this second semi-final. It's Donvale 2 straight 12 to Knox yet to score.
And that just comes off the back of Brash winning at the source, doesn't it? You get your key ball movers, prime movers, guys like Rouser gets his hands on it, front clearance, ball moves forward, and that enables a guy like Murphy to hit the ball at speed and then ending up putting a goal on the board.
Back into the centre we'll go. What can Knox do to respond? They cannot let Donvale get a fast start like this. Woodward taps it right down to Love. Hands it out. And the kick goes forward for Knox. Taylor wrestled out of it by Otten. Otten will actually gain the free kick. There is a number 2 out there, gentlemen, who I believe could be Jordan Love, but that's not on the team sheet. I know that Knox number 2 is Jordan Love generally. Anyway, Young inside forward 50, scrubbing kick. Not going to work out for Greaves at the moment. Scooped up by Donvale. Liardi tackled out of it, holding the ball.
Yeah.
And Greaves earns Knox their first shot at goal.
No, that's an important win there for Knox. They just can't afford to, and a good tackle as well. Really important.
Well, good forward pressure, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Knox, what they've got to do is they've got to combat this shock awe theory that Donvale do at the start of each game.
Yeah, it's that physical presence mindset that they go about.
Leading goal kicker for Knox this year, Harry Greaves, which isn't too surprising. He's put his 28th for the year on the board, and it's an important first goal for Knox in this semi-final, just to stem the bleeding a little bit. And Donvale, their lead is cut to 6 points.
Yeah, that'll relax the nerves from the Knox players because they got really ambushed at the first few minutes of the game. So they've just got to now work their way into the contest by winning clearance here and just sort of trying to gain a little bit of territory in the next few minutes.
So players getting into positions again. Nearly 5.5 minutes gone in this opening term. Both rucks go at it as Knox look to win it out, but there are numbers for Donvale as they look to win the clearance out of the middle. High up in the air, a good contest there, and it'll be tapped out there by Butler, and it'll be a ball in just outside the attacking 50 for Donvale.
I think I noticed that I reckon Donvale have gone tall in their forward 50 trying to stretch.
We have, yep.
So Donvale will win the clearance here. This is Wignall. Wignall's tackled there by Crawford as Donvale have it still anyway. Now Zalek of the Christian variety goes forward here. Good defence there by Knox as they look to handball it back and they concede a behind. So it's the first blemish of the afternoon. It's Donvale 2-1-13 to Knox 1 straight 6-25 gone in this first quarter.
Boundary.
We'll go boundary.
Just quickly, I've just received confirmation. Number 2 for Knox is Jordan Love, and number 20 for Knox is Curtis Porcelato. So number 39 he originally was, but his jumper's been ripped, so they've had to give him the number 20.
Good call on Love there, Jared.
Thank you very much, Jaden. Yeah, I was just having seen the footage for Knox. Love has been an important player for them throughout the year, so interesting that he wasn't an emergency nor named on the team sheet, but he's out there playing. Anyway, Zalek will get a repeat entry for Donvale. That was of the Hales variety. Weir tracks it back towards the boundary line. It's not going to happen though.
Yeah, just got to be careful they don't get those injuries.
He's actually played deliberate there, the umpire.
Oh, he did too, yeah. I was a bit surprised with that.
Yeah.
Okay, Tom must be feeling some sort of way about that.
Well, he's given Duncan another chance, and the thing is, Duncan's known in the past. He's good on both sides of...
He's brilliant from these shots, I must admit.
How is he on the left? Well, he's put it to the top of the goal square, intentionally or not. Out came Butler to try and spoil things, and the kick off the ground came from Donvale. Just the one behind, opportunistic stuff, and an attempt at goal.
There was Jack Tout there, Jared.
Thank you very much, Brash.
Got to hit up a target here, Knox, when they're defending, right? Got to look for that short kick.
So bringing this one in will be Knox. I believe it'll be Mitch Greaves. Takes a bit of space into the pocket, sends it onto the wing. The two ruckmen are there to contest this one. Over the top came Harry Greaves, nothing doing. And it was Margette, Jet Margette, ended up getting tackled over the line by Donvale.
Yeah, got a bit of territory there, so they'd be happy with that.
Bit of wrestling going on around the stoppage. Vathakos and Margette going at it. It's going to be a secondary ball in by the looks of it.
Repeat stoppages for Knox will be important here. Just get some ascendancy in the game.
8.5 minutes gone, of course. 2-2-14. That's Donvale's score. 1 straight 6 is Knox. Important nerve settler by Harry Greaves. And there he is, the goal kicker from before. His handball didn't quite find the target, and Goldsmith was able to take advantage and lay the tackle down. Back we go. Greaves takes the ruck this time. Ball bounces idly, and then Knox were able to steal it, take it away. Cameron's in a wrestle against Taylor. It's fallen to the hands of Zalek, and he was wrapped up, brought to ground by Goyne.
Yeah, good tackle there.
So Knox applying a bit of pressure at the moment.
That's what they've got to do in the early stages of this when the heat's on.
And there it is again. Well done, Margette. Gets shoved off by Zalek, nothing doing. Margette seems to be perhaps an annoying factor for Donvale at the moment, but they will get this clearance. Shrugged the tackle did Goldsmith. Cameron couldn't quite handle the handball. And now the bouncing kick by Knox will come to Charlie Young, who burns off an opponent, takes a bounce, has got the pressure closing in on him, was able to get the kick away into the pocket. Was a little bit of a wobbler. Otten was first to it. And Donvale composed in their backline. Luke Wignall takes the kick. It was perhaps a little bit wider than intended if he wanted to get it to Goldsmith, or maybe he was searching for the boundary line. I think Tom Weir might have something to say about that, who got the deliberate caught against him just earlier.
Do.
Yeah. But Luke Wignall breathes a sigh of relief as they're going to have to defend here. Varthakos, not quite. Cameron did get the kick away into the middle of the ground. Chases on. Weir first to it. He's going to have to be composed. He's got a bit of company, but got the kick away to Charlie Young. And Knox will reload. Just a chipping option to Morris. And another one, but well read by Donvale, and McCormick will take it away.
So McCormick goes foot down the line here as Donvale look to go inside 50 again. It's a bouncing ball. Gets tackled there as Knox look to go here through Weir. Weir gets the kick away down the line. That's a good mark taken. And now here's Margette. Margette kicks it short as they look to go inside 50 through the Falcons. A low, scrubby kick here as Donvale look to turn it over. And now here's Zalek of the Christian variety. He goes down the line here. The mark there was nearly taken there, and it goes out of play.
Just got to get those kicks spot on. Knox, when they're going forward, got to make sure they hit up those targets.
Yeah, Butler went down there and didn't look too comfortable. One thing I noticed with Tommy Weir playing on Duncan, Weir is going to make sure that every possession that he gets this afternoon doesn't he doesn't turn it over, and so far every possession he had he's been able to turn to Knox's advantage. So that's the only way that he can make Duncan pay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the ball, clearance is won by Donvale as he looks to go forward here. As Day tried to take the mark. Day's being tackled, gives the handball away. Here's an opportunity for Donvale for their third. It's a behind, so they move to 2-3-15 Donvale to Knox 1 straight 6. We've played 12 and a half minutes in this first quarter as Weir will take the kick in for Knox.
Like all finals, always very scrappy starts. I expect both sides to settle down and start hitting their targets more as this game progresses.
Search for the outer side. It was Fisher who took the mark. Donvale able to feast on it. Bouncing off his man was Varthakos. Just lost it there to Charlie Young, who's done some good work early on. Barlow now slams it down the ground. The chase is on. Is the boundary line going to win it? No. First to it. Porcelato was there. Was able to scoop it up. Get the handball to the outer side, and now Knox drilling ball inside forward 50 into the pocket. Otten's going to have to be good. And there was holding. The free kick went against Donvale, and Nathan...
It's Graves.
Yeah, it's gone to Graves, and Nathan Mill looked a little exasperated with himself there, perhaps.
Actually, that might be a move that Knox might be able to exploit here, because obviously Nathan Mill right, looks very uncomfortable one-on-one against Harry Greaves.
Well, he's very agile and very athletic, so that is absolutely right, Brush.
Greaves proving to be an important weapon here for Knox today, but couldn't quite hit the mark with that one, and just the one behind.
They've got to lock the ball into their forward half here, Knox.
So Donvale look to kick it in. And now is McCormick, who will go down the line, and all on his own is Jeffrey. He gives the handball off to Zalak, who's had a few touches already, the Christian variety here, as Tout tried to grab it there.
Actually,
it goes out play.
Both the Zalaks have been very influential early on around the game.
Well, they just got to be careful. Knox can't let that ball get over and transition so easily.
Yeah, it's too easy there.
So the throw in here in favour of Donvale having the numbers back is Christian Zalak, as they look to go backwards to go forwards. Inside 50 again, mark there was nearly taken. Now here's Duncan. Duncan got tackled there. That's a brilliant tackle. And he gets rewarded. So they look to go down the line here, Knox. And a 2-on-1 there. Mark nearly taken there by Rouser. And it'll be a ball up.
James Rouser getting some advice from the stands. Kick forward by Morris. First to it. Oh, Mills got a bit of a nervous energy about him now. Sharing it round was Taylor. It's now come to Kobe Bland. Kick inside forward 50. Goyne's going to have to do better than his diminutive stature would suggest here at the moment, but McCormick composed, got it to a man in space there, and now it's Christian Zalak sending it, well, to the half back line, but Knox were able to eat that one up. High ball inside forward 50 for the Falcons. All the players went down, and buried in the Zalak tackle was Charlie Young, trying to take his opportunity there, wasn't able to do so.
They've got to hit up some targets here, Knox, when they go into their 50. They can't let it go aerial because, you know, Donvale too easy to defend.
And Varthakos will take this one away. It was an advantage from a free kick. Good little use of the body there by, this is Ben Rudd, the former Zebra. Manages to get it to, I think this is Stuckey. We don't have a 32 on our team sheet either, so if our boundary boys could get onto that, that would be wonderful. And the mark wasn't taken by Margette, but he had time and space to spear the ball into the corridor, but Varthakos cut it off. Now he's going to look to spread it wide. No, just the short chipping option to Otten wasn't great because Knox were hot onto that. Varthakos had to recover the ball, bouncing ball through the corridor. Woodward. He's going to be under pressure as he takes the ball. Rudd now tries to burst through traffic. Didn't quite do so, but got the ball out to Butler. High ball towards centre half forward. Meeting it was Greaves. Slipped out of his hands. Goyne at ground level, trying to hunt for it, but Donvale composed. Otten dragged off it, and that's holding the man. That is
boundary.
Let's go to Jaden Adolph.
Just confirming, number 32 for Knox is Spencer Stuckey. I just think Knox are trying to keep us on our toes, boys.
They absolutely are, but didn't have me fooled. Sorry, guys. Ben Rudd.
Well done, Jared.
That was Ben Rudd. Oh, it's actually stayed in play. I didn't think it would, so Day was tackled. And we'll go to Wayne Brasher with some scores.
Yeah, Berwick 1-1-7, Mitcham yet to score. Blackburn 2-1-13, Doncaster East yet to score. Roval 1 straight 6, East Ringwood yet to score. Baldwin 2-1-13, leading Vermont 2 straight 12.
And from that contest, we'll have another boundary throw in.
And South Croydon 1 straight 6, Noble Park 1-1-7.
And that's the important one, isn't it?
Did you bring your calculator today, Brash, for the live ladder?
Boundary.
Let's go to Ray Baird down on the bench.
Look, one thing that's obviously down here on ground level is the pressure that Knox are applying to Donvale. It's enormous. That's what's keeping them in the game at the moment.
Yeah, it's absolutely evident, Ray.
Knox now trying to play a bit of checkers on the outer side. Bouncing ball from that contest. Liardi ended up having to tackle Barlow. Swinging kick from the Knox player there towards centre half forward. Coming up to meet it was Young, who seems to have been everywhere at the moment. High tackle on Love, and that's clearly going to go the way of Knox.
Yeah, just a little bit clumsy there.
Jordan Love, kick and a half from goal, and Donvale have really gotten back to fill the holes as much as possible, but they didn't see the pocket. Oh, had to react quickly. Scooped up by Jeffrey, out to Cameron, back to Jeffrey, and now to Brash.
Yep. Qualifying final in Div 1. Park Orchards have jumped out to a 4-goal lead early. Park Orchards 4-2-26, Beaconsfield 2 behind.
So a ball up deep in Knox's forward 50 here. Numbers here for Donvale as they look to clear it out of the defensive 50, but it was smothered. And is it going to be holding the ball? It is. So good tackle there by Thafakos.
They were sweating on that decision there, Donvale.
So here's Vathakos. Kicks it to Cameron. Down the line now, that's a good mark taken by Wignall. Now Wignall goes down the line. One-on-one contest there. Racing towards this tout of the Chris variety, but that's well done there by Knox, and that's a good mark by Clay Heppel. As he looks to switch here now, they look to go through the corridor. Here's Stuckey as they look to go backwards to go forwards, Knox. As they'll go forward here, and the mark is taken by Barlow. Barlow looks to go in closer to goal. Here's Greaves, can he take the mark? It bounces through for one behind. So Knox moved to 1-2-8 to Donvale 2-3-15. We've gone 20-40 in the first quarter, Brash.
Yeah, Division 2, Surrey Park lead 1-3-9 to 1-2 South, 3 behind.
So Donvale look to go from the kick in here, down the line. Now it's Day. Day did really well. Good kick to Kyle Wignall. Now it's Zalek of the Mahale variety, and going forward there, mark that was nearly taken. Knox did really well to defend there, but it's coming back out again. Donvale have the numbers. Zalek looking to pick it up there is Wignall. Wignall goes forward. Good smother there. And Knox look to turn it over. And they tackled out of bounds there. We'll go back to Brash for some more scores.
Division 4, Churnside 2 straight 12 leading Whitehorse 1-4-10 in the big second semi-final there.
So it's a throw in here. Both rucks will go at it. Big punch there by Woodward. As Knox look to go forward. Just inside 50. Here's an opportunity. This is Fisher. And Fisher shanks it and he misses to the left.
I heard his reaction to that.
Yeah, I think he was disappointed, Jared, but I do like the ball movement at the moment, the way that Knox are going. You know, they're short kicking game, but I'm just liking some of their composure.
It's going to come through the corridor though for Donvale. Adam Cameron slams it to centre half forward. Coming out to meet it was Murphy, I think, was there, but Knox cleaned it up. Fisher, who just butchered that sort of goal. Oh, he's behind you. And Goldsmith nearly earned the holding the ball free kick. No, got the handball away, did the Knox player. Rouser now ends up with it. Skimming ball inside the centre corridor. Sinisic manages to get the kick inside forward 50. Weir was there. Pushing the back, played, advantage to Knox. So now they can repel and try and slingshot from their back line. Both teams finding some quick transitions today. How quick will this be? Clever tap along by Barlow. It's going to come to Charlie Young, just hustled off the ball though. That was well done by Carl Wignall. Now to Cameron, wheels around, had a bit of space to work this one. And manages to find Riley Curry. Donvale slow it down a little bit, but still with an aggressive mindset by the looks of it. Right underneath the scoreboard now. This is Christian Zalek. Kicks it to right half forward, punched by Weir. This should go over the boundary line. No, Rouser made sure it didn't. Djordjevic centres the ball. Who's there? It's Murphy and a one-on-one. This is a tense situation if you're a Knox fan. Spills to ground. Chasing after it is Goldsmith. Trying to keep it in. Just manages to. But the umpire said no.
They're holding up okay here. Knox at the moment defensively. Doing some really good work.
I didn't see who that Knox player was in a one-on-one against Murphy, but they definitely acquitted themselves. I think it might have been Kobe Bland.
Yep.
Back into play. Tricky situation for Knox to try and defend. Rouser there tries to break away from the tackle. Handball's out of traffic. It's come to... That was Giles. And he kicks the goal for Donvale. So third on the board. Breaks a bit of a drought here we've had in this game. We've gone 24 and a half minutes. Donvale 3-3-21. Knox 1-3-9. Harry Giles kicks his first for the day.
And that's the ability of Rouser, isn't it? Just to be able to farm the ball out to a guy like Giles who can put the finishing touches to it from a forward stoppage.
He's always in the right spots at the right time, Harry Giles.
Yep.
Goal sneak. I think he kicked 3 goals. He had a great finals campaign last year. I think he kicked 7 or 8 goals in that finals campaign. Looks like he could set himself up for another successful tilt at it again this year.
Yeah. And that was against the flow of play too. Knox had control of the ball for a period of time there.
So both rucks ready to contest this. And a big tap there from Woodward, but Donvale will win the clearance through Sinisic. But Knox will turn it over. They look to go forward. Good mark there taken. Inside 50. Now an opportunity perhaps. Is it bouncing here towards poor Salado? He goes out of bounds.
Interestingly, you want to be seen to be attacking the ball, but you need to just sort of temper your enthusiasm a little bit because the ball just does something at the very last moment. It makes you look silly.
Exactly, especially if it's a hard surface out there. It could pitch on its end pretty unpredictably.
So both rucks go at it again. Free kick here going to Donvale. And here's McCormick, who goes down the line. Good mark taken there by Duncan. And Duncan will assess his options. He'll go forward here. One-on-one contest. Going past Greaves and Murphy, and it goes out of play deep in the attacking 50 for Donvale.
Some good play by Duncan just to push Weir up the ground there, create a bit of space.
So Donvale leading 3-3-21 to Knox 1-3-9, 26 and a half minutes gone. As both ruckmen ready to contest. Here's an opportunity for Murphy. Murphy high up in the air. Oh, it's a mark taken, or is it a behind? It's a behind. So the siren goes for quarter time. It's Donvale 3-4-22 to Knox 1-3-9. Jared Beanland, the goal kickers.
So singles all across the board. It's Nick Murphy, Ethan Duncan and Harry Giles. No surprises amongst those names for Donvale. And the one goal, the steadier, it was Harry Greaves instead for Knox. So we'll go to a break, and after that, we'll have the second quarter here for you on the Eastland EFNL game. It's semi-final time from Jubilee Park. Back with you shortly.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Quarter time here at Jubilee Park. It's Donvale with a 13-point lead here. Donvale 3-4-22, leading Knox 1-3-9. And it's been a very interesting contest. And Spider Lee, what are the key points taken out of the first quarter?
Oh, well, the key points, Brash, are that Donvale really ambushed Knox at the start of the game, got those early goals from clearance, and then it wasn't until Knox got back on top for the next 10-15 minutes, settled the game down with the way that they moved the ball, some of those short kicks. They got some territory, but they just probably didn't capitalise enough on the scoreboard for my liking. That was probably the point. But then in the back end of the quarter, Donvale probably just regained that ascendancy, kicking that late goal with Giles. So there's a little bit of work to do there for Knox. They're well and truly in the contest. Just got to make sure when they go forward into their forward area that they hit those targets up and don't dump kick, because it just allows Donvale to clear the ball with ease and the opportunity to move the ball with transition.
Got some progress scores here, gentlemen. In the big Premier Division women's final at the moment, it's Park Orchards leading by 2 points to South Belgrave, yet to score in very early stages there. In Premier Division, we've got South Croydon 2-2-14 leading Noble Park 1-3-9. Berwick 1-2-8 leading Mitcham 1 behind. Blackburn out of the box 4-1-25 leading Doncaster East 1 straight 6. Roval 3-1-19 leading East Ringwood 1 straight 6. Vermont 3-1-19 leading Balwyn 2-2-14. In the qualifying final in Division 1, we've got Park Orchards comfortably in front at the moment, 4-2-26 leading Beaconsfield 2 behind. In Division 2 qualifying final, we've got it's a draw at the moment, 1-3 apiece between Wanturna South and Surrey Park, and in Division 4, Churnside Park 2-3-13 leading Whitehorse 1-4-10. Jared.
Boundary.
Jaden Adolf is down at the Knox huddle.
I
believe.
Oh, have I got you? I'm just here with Coach Justin Cicluna. Come over here, mate. I'm struggling a bit here.
You got me now? You had most of the territory in that first quarter and you just weren't able to capitalise. What's the message at quarter time?
I think we're pretty happy with the way we went that quarter. Just got to obviously set in our front half, just be a little bit cleaner and then just trap them in our front half by covering off the exits a little bit more and just getting our balance around contests a bit more. So we'll keep pushing and hopefully we can hit the scoreboard a bit more and put some pressure on them.
Thanks, Justin. All the best.
Cheers,
Back to you, boys.
And it's a really good point, boys, because if they can just balance that up a bit, be a bit cleaner when they go in, and just make sure they cut off the exit points for Donvale, that's going to really go a long way to making a gap in this game and giving them a chance.
So players about to resume their positions, people getting their way off the ground.
If you're Donvale, you're just looking at steadying things up again, when you're transitioning the ball, Jared, because at times when they've got control of the game, it does put a lot of pressure on Knox. So when they go forward.
Ray Baird is on the boundary line. He was in the Donvale huddle.
Yeah, Tony Weeks wasn't too worried about the first quarter. He just said that we've got to try and just hold up their outside run that Knox have got at the moment. And he wants them to, when they're coming forward, to play to this side of the ground this quarter rather than the other side.
That would be lovely.
Easy for commentators.
For us, exactly.
But it is an interesting point that Ray does bring there, because that sometimes you can be just so affront of, we've got to play that side of the ground, but we've got to be looking at changing up the angles, particularly the way that Knox are playing at the moment.
That wind has come up a little bit again. I'd say it's about a 3-goal breeze down towards the left, the way Knox are kicking this quarter.
Yep.
Second quarter underway. Woodward won the first battle. Knox just able to lay hands on it. Fisher tackled immediately. Ball up.
Really important the first few minutes of this quarter for Knox. Can they impact the scoreboard?
We'll have to cut back this 13-point lead that Donvale have managed to build for themselves. Young, his handball was stifled, and so was any other possession.
Not enough talk, I reckon, amongst the Donvale players there. They keep running into each other. It was something I noticed in the first quarter.
Woodward just takes it out of the ruck this time. Punch away by McCormick. Manages to fall for a Donvale player, but they weren't able to pick it up. Crawford ended up with it and was tackled. Back we go again. Woodward took the position. Love versus Rouser. Love ended up tackling Zalek.
I've got an updated score in the big grand final in Premier Division for the women's. South Belgrave now lead by 4 points, 1-1-7 to Park Orchards, 3 behind.
Zalek bursts through the stoppage, gets the kick forward. Wrestling for it was Jordovic. He was at the back position, however. So now Day tried to find the ball, but the boundary line swallowed it up first. So a bit of a tentative start, I think, to the second quarter. Both teams back out there and feeling each other out. The two ruckmen are getting to know each other pretty well. It's come down now to Tout. He finds the left boot, but playing in front of his man and taking the mark. The Knox player, I believe, Kobe Bland.
It's been good so far.
So he's going to send it forward. No mark taken, but a free kick has been given away. Recipient is Knox. Searching for options down the line. This is Jackson Anderson. Sends it high. And another whistle's gone, so the marking contest's proving to be at the umpire's mercy, essentially, but it was play on. Knox tried to take the advantage. Donvale said, no, I'll have that back, thank you. Kicks it down the line, and the intercept mark this time taken by Bland. So, again, rather tentative stuff out there. No one really pulling the trigger.
Yeah, should be looking to chip the ball here.
And that kick wasn't perfect. Anderson was beaten to it. Tried to turn tackler, but no, his man stepped around him. Again, slips out of the hands there of Donvale, but this time they're able to recover it. Find the outlet handball today, and the kick towards Duncan. Weir was wearing him closely and punched it towards the boundary line. Brash, we've got some scores.
Yeah, Division 2 grand final for the women's sees Muralbark 1-4-10 leading Montrose, yet to score early on.
Thank you very much. Some fascinating scores around the grounds today, all across the eastern suburbs. Murphy takes it out of the ruck. and another whistle's gone. It's going to go the way of Knox. So back and forth this quarter has been played between the arcs for the most part. Woodward was able to find the handball to the running Greaves. He kicks it down the line. It was a spearing ball. Trying to find the corridor perhaps, but indecision at the moment, written all across the face there. The kick down the line. Donvale were able to keep Knox to the skinny side and to the boundary line.
Boundary.
One out. Let's go to Ray Baird.
Brash, I don't know if you got a Roval score, but I got one from quarter time. Roval 4-3-27, East Ringwood 1 goal 6.
Yeah, I've got that one, Ray. I've got some others, but I'll bide my time with the others.
So both rucks contested here as Donvale will win the clearance, and they look to go through the corridor here. Here is the Knox defender looks to get in the way. Did really well, but here's an opportunity. Was it a free kick? It is for a trip, so free kick will be coming back.
I don't think either side wants to own the corridor at the moment. They're quite prepared to play wide of each other and wide on the ground.
So this is Braden Barlow. He kicks it short here to Fisher. Now Fisher looks to go inside 50 with a big kick high up in the air. Opportunity perhaps. Is a free kick? It is.
Yep.
And it's going to Greaves.
Gee, was there ever a free kick there? That was it.
Yeah, just a little bit sloppy from the Donvale defence, wasn't it?
So Greaves, who's kicked the only goal so far for the Falcons, will be lining up for their second, and to bring the margin back to 7 points to get the opening goal this second quarter. He comes in. The kick is on the way to the left, so it's one behind. So Knox moved to 1-4-10 to Donvale 3-4-22. We've gone 5.5 minutes in this second quarter as Donvale will take the quick kick in. Just assessing his options here. Down the line, a short kick, and the mark is taken by Woodward as he goes forward. An opportunity perhaps, good defending there as Donvale look to clear it out of the defensive 50, and all on his own is Wignall. Wignall goes down the line here towards Day. Good mark taken there by Day. So Day's just assessing his options.
Doing well to close up the space here, Knox.
Long kick here going towards Duncan. Now Knox have the numbers back. Handball there over to Fisher. Fisher making him work around the Donvale defence. Now an opportunity. Here's Young. Good handball there as they'll go inside 50 here towards Greaves. Can he take a mark, Greaves? Good defence, good punch there by Mill as we'll go to Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, South Croydon 5-3-33 leading Noble Park 1-3-9. Mitcham 1-3-9. Berwick 1-2-8.
So there'll be a throw in deep in the attacking 50 of Knox. Both rucks we going at it here. Woodward. Now an opportunity. Here's a kick away. Good tackle there. And is there a free kick? It's a free kick going to Knox.
Jet Margate, I think.
The non-controlling umpire that called that, and he's reaching into his back pocket.
It's a card, I think. Yep.
Yep.
If they cancel that as a sling, I reckon.
So here's Margate. He'll be lining up for
So who's that coming off?
Jeffrey, I think.
Well,
no, sorry, Sinisic.
Well, there's a quick moment. Blackburn 6-5-41 leading Doncaster East 2 straight 12. Roval 4-3-27 East Ringwood 1 straight 6. Vermont 4-1-25 leading Baldwin 2-3-15.
So here's Margate. He's going to snap around the bottom. No, is he going to kick a drop punt here? He's on a tight angle here. So this to bring it back to a goal to difference. We've gone nearly 8 minutes in this second term. Margate. The kick is on the way through for a behind as Knox moved to 1-5-11 to Donvale 3-4-22.
difficult task for a left footer on that angle.
Yeah, it's going to be hard.
Did you see the bloke jump off the fence in the background?
I did see that.
Big effort, but he's put it down, I think.
But they do have control at the moment, Knox. They just seem to be controlling possession.
McCormick throws it onto the boot. Curry was the target, recovers it at ground level, was able to find the handball out as well. Jeffrey was there. And now Donvale bouncing it away. I think this is Luke Wignall. Spears it down the ground. This is a quick transition by Donvale, but it would have helped if Murphy was playing in front. Greaves took it from him. Margette, who just missed out that goal, gets the handball away. It's Fisher down the outer side here. And playing in front this time is Goyne. Takes the mark right at the crook of the boundary and the arc. Donvale rushed back to fill the holes. We'll see what they can do though. Knox. Up over the top goes McCormick, still in a dangerous position for Knox to try and score, but Otten sees it over. And just the one behind.
Fisher being really important for Knox at the moment too. While he's getting hold of the ball.
Definitely. He's always pretty composed with it by the looks of it out there. Now Zalek takes a couple of bounces down the wing, was able to dispose of one opponent, takes another bounce, finds the corridor kick. Giles was on his own there. It's a pretty open forward line for Donvale. Goldsmith's worked his way forward to outflank the Knox defence, and he's taken the mark.
How often does this happen? Knox have expounded a lot of energy in these opening 7 or 8 minutes. The ball finally gets into Donvale's forward 50, and now they're having a shot on goal.
Yeah, coast to coast transition.
Tom Goldsmith only kicked for 3 goals for the year. He debuted for Donvale, made a senior debut in 2023.
Well, his father will be riding this one home.
He will
Absolutely.
He'll take the credit.
This to put Donvale's 4th goal on the board, and he's done just that. And he stretches the lead over Knox to 18 points.
That hurts. That really hurts.
Would
Knox.
hurt for sure.
It does. When you just have control of the game for the first 10 minutes of the quarter and you don't capitalise, and then to allow Donvale to take the ball full length of the ground, transition coast to coast, and then Goldsmith gets on the end of one and then goes back and kicks a goal, it is really frustrating for the coach Steve Buckle. He'd be really disappointed that they've allowed that to happen.
Got a Div 1 here, 4-4-28 Park Orchards leading Beaconsfield 1-3-9.
So, against the run of play there for Donvale, they extend it back out to 16 points as Knox will win the clearance here through Charlie Young as they'll go forward inside 50 at 2-1, but it bounces towards Goyne. Can Goyne reply? He can! So Knox get an important goal. And the margin is back to 10 points. Knox 2-6-18 to Donvale 4-4-28. We have gone 11-20 in this second quarter.
Good clearance work there by the Falcons. They really worked hard at that stoppage. Young was brilliant, and then to get the ball down to Goyne and then to finish that work. Exceptional play by Knox. Great response. That's exactly what Steve Buckle would have wanted.
In the Division 2 qualifying final, Wanturna South and Surrey Park are 2 goals, 3-15 apiece.
Thank you very much, Brad.
Woodward's been great too in the ruck. I think he's playing a real game at the moment.
Harry Giles trying to get the clearance, just slipped away from him. Now Knox, it's a high up and under. Complete raffle as to what happens here. Kyle Wignall nearly took the mark. It was paid. He had enough of it, said the umpire. Donvale to push forward once again. It's an open forward line once more. Over the back goes Weir with a great punch. It cleared the arc in the end. Knox at ground level being tackled and will have a ball up. Woodward off for a spell, or perhaps into the forward line for a spell, I think, and it's Harry Greaves going up against Luke Wignall in the ruck at the moment. Greaves gets the tap down, another clearance to Knox. It goes forward. Goyne comes up to meet it, bounces over his head. McCormick manages to tap it to ground level. Zalek crashes through, body lines the ball. Cameron just couldn't quite get a clear disposal away. It went back to Kyle Wignall, and he's been infringed upon, so a bit of respite now for Wignall to send the ball forward. Punch over the top once again by Knox. Their defence is working overtime at the moment. Vathakos crashed into an opponent there to lay the tackle. Ball up on the outer side. 4-4-28 to Knox 2-4-16. 13 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. The Ruckman resume hostilities. Donvale will get this clearance. Carl Wignall's got a lot of space to work into, so he's going to put it to the advantage of Murphy. Wearing him like an absolute glove was Mitch Greaves. And now it's an opportunity for Heppel. Gets it back to Graves. Gee, dangerous kick there. It came off the side of the boot. Vathakos was first to it. Carl Wignall now tackled by Margette. Just bounced out of the hands of Giles. Trying to take advantage of that was Ben Rudd. Wasn't able to do so. We'll have a ball up. And Donvale continue to attack. Greaves, the only one to go up for that one, so Knox will get this clearance. Barlow, tumbling ball forward, 2-on-2 situation. Goin's been good, but Zawak better in that situation. Tackled immediately by Porcelato. Ball up on the near side now.
Just a great intensity this game at the moment.
Not wrong, Spider. Love tried to duck away.
Well, it's typical second semi-final day here.
Wignall using his strength, standing his ground. Couldn't quite get the tap. Barlow first to it in the end. Boundary line beats them all. Brash, you've got some scores for us.
Yeah, Division 4 second semi, Churnside are out by 13 points here. Churnside 5-1-31 leading Whitehorse 2-6-18.
Interesting Division 4 scores, of course. A bit more of a truncated final series for a top 4 rather than the top 5 of all each division. Love tried to find his way out the back to get some space, but no, it's turned over. Jack Tout got the kick inside forward 50, brilliantly read there by, that was Gwyn, I believe. So on the outer side here, Stuckey fighting for it. Looks like he was held up. No, he's going to have to work his way against 2. Managed to squeeze the kick away out to Goin, and the mark's been taken. So this is Sam Goin. He's already kicked 1.
He's been elusive, Sam
He has.
Goin.
He's been pretty good. He's normally a good finisher too.
He's very hard to tag, is Goin. Just seems to slip away from the opponent.
Yeah, very crafty player.
So hard kick for the right footer, but he's made it look so easy. And there's some reward for effort for Knox now. They move to 3-6-24 to Donvale 4-4-28.
Yeah, it's a big goal in the game. Probably one of the goals of the day. It's probably one of our Taven Brother goals of the day, you'd have to say.
Boundary.
Let's
Ray
go down
on the boundary line.
Ray.
Look, I gave that goal to Spencer Stuckey. The work he did on the wing side there to get that ball down and going, that was absolutely amazing.
It was, Ray, and it was really built off the back of that, and that was a really important passage of play for the Falcons.
So back-to-back goals for the Falcons. It's back to 4 points. We've gone 16-15 in this second quarter. Both rucks go at it. Woodward wins the tap. Gets the soccer off the ground as they look to go back inside 50 here. Donvale have the numbers, and now here's Wignall. Wignall's going on a run. He's been pushed to the boundary line here as he gets the kick away. Numbers here from both sides, and that's a big tackle. And we're going to have a ball up as we'll go to Brash for some more scores.
Yeah, Premier Division Grand Final for women. South Belgrave 1-2-8 leading Park Orchards 4 behind.
So both rucks at it again. Woodward gets the handball away. And we'll do it all again.
Been good around stoppage, the Falcons, this quarter. Been really impressed with their desire to hunt. They're really putting pressure on the Donvale mids. Guys at Rouse are not having the impact.
So Woodward wins the tap there. Now here's Vathakos. Here's intense pressure here by both sides, as you'd expect here in the second semi-final, as the ball touches the umpire and it goes out of bounds. We'll go to Brash.
Yep, second division women's grand final, Mooroolbark 2-4-16 leading Montrose 1-1-7.
So boundary umpire will throw it in here, just outside the attacking 50 of Donvale as they look to win the clearance. Good tackle laid. Here's Rouser. Rouser kicks it forward. Is a mark on here. Tackled there. Now an opportunity for Donvale perhaps. Handballs at Rouser. Now an opportunity. Here's Giles. Giles goes for goal and the mark is taken. And the mark is taken there by Jordovic.
Mitch Greaves was going to the boundary umpire saying, surely that was out of bounds, and the boundary umpire gave him nothing.
Here's Jordovic, and he kicks a goal. So Donvale get it back out to 10 points. Donvale 5-4-34 to Knox 3-6-24. We've gone 18 and a half minutes in the second quarter. We'll go to Brash for some more scores.
Yeah, back to Premier Division. South Croydon 6-3-39. Noble Park 2-3-15. Berwick 3-4-22. Mitcham 1-3-9. Blackburn 8-5-53. Doncaster East 3-1-19. Roval 6-3-39. East Ringwood 2-2-14. Vermont 8-4-52. Leading Balwyn 4-3-27.
Roeville, East Ringwood's bogey side by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's appearing that way. But just on Donvale there, that was great transition by the prime moves. Rouser, Giles, finish off with Jordovic.
Speaking of Rouser, he was just beaten to it that time, overrun by the Knox players. Charlie Young goes hard at it. A kick off the ground by, that was Luke Wignall, was clever. Kyle Wignall now gets it into the centre. Adam Cameron, scrappy ball forward, bouncing into Jordovic's hands. Had to go hard to get it. Was able to do so. Cameron followed up his good work. It's now come to, that was Zalak, I believe. Bounces off now. Back out of the 50. Varthakos managed to weave his way through, but the kick wasn't great. And Knox will repel. James Fisher had to wait for it. Got the handball over the top to Young, who's been good. Has a bit of space to work in, but not that much. Gets the kick down to Greaves. Doesn't quite hang on to it. Goes again. His handball was stifled. Luke Wignall recovers it. Liardi's there. Let his man take it, however. Now it's come to Jack Tout.
Just got to hold them up here, Knox.
And that's exactly what they're doing.
They need to put time into Kyle Wignall. He's touching the ball too many times for my liking.
Yeah. Tout just says, I'll send it straight to Duncan. And that's some good trust in your forwards. Duncan now finds the man in the pocket. It was a well-weighted kick to Jordovic.
Starting to have a bit of an impact to Jordovic, and Wignall has been exceptional, as you just alluded to, Brush.
I'll sneak in here. Park Orchards 32 points up, 20 minutes into the second quarter here. They're 6-5-41, leading Beaconsfield 1-3-9.
Jordovic always dangerous. He's kicked 3 bags of 4 this year. This will be his second goal of the day if he can squeeze it home. Difficult angle. He's done it though. Oh no, he hasn't. He thought he did. His celebration deceived me. And he seems pretty nonplussed at the umpire's call there. However, the goal umpire was in the perfect spot for it. So that only stretches the lead to the 11 points, rather than the 16 he was hoping for. Knox now find the outlet mark in Heppel. Kicks it inboard to Rudd. And now out to Morris. Once again playing that checkers style, uncontested mark. Passage of play, and Knox now just sending it down the line because Graves was there, but Rouser, the kick favoured hit. Sorry, it was Woodward, not Graves, but Rouser, the kick favoured him. Took the intercept, easy peasy, and his kick was awful. Straight to Morris, that was uncharacteristic. Oh, Murphy crashes in, completely cleans up Morris. Rudd was the composed person there in that situation, and then...
Bit of spot fires here as well.
Yeah, look at this, the scuffle's on after the tackle. And there's a high free kick going the way of Clay Heppel.
Come on, you can't do that, just ripping the guy's jumper off. That is absolutely ridiculous.
So Heppel just kicks it away from the danger area. Out to Rudd, now trying to find the corridor. This is Gwyn.
Chet Margett in real trouble down there.
Oh, that's going to be interesting to keep an eye on for our boundary riders. Meanwhile, it's Mitch Greaves. He's going to find Goyne. Oh, just slipped through his hands. Donvale, clean it up. Matt Day, who's worked up the ground to try and find some possessions. Dylan Sinisic takes the mark under duress. Was able to slip out the back and find some space. Jordovic, he's dangerous. And he's proving the truth of that now. Taking the mark in the pocket and lining up. Just for take 2 at that previous shot at goal.
And that's what they do so well, Donvale, on turnover. When they transition the ball, they just take you apart. They just come through like a knife. They just slice you open. And a guy like Djordjevic, he just thrives on these moments.
Well, we had a look at this before. It was pretty close. Can he get it any closer? No. Kept it too skinny this time. Well,
I think it looks further away, yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely further away, Lee, and just the one behind. So this time, perhaps it's Donvale not quite making the most of their opportunities, Paul.
So, two lines there in a row from Jordovic from that same spot. Margins, 2 kicks. 5-6 to 3-6 in favour of Donvale. Couldn't take the mark there. He's under pressure here, but he gets Love high, and it'll be a free kick to Jordan Love.
Was very lucky though.
Luck's of fortune there.
Shouldn't need to be more potent there.
So Love kicks it down the line here. Contest in favour of Donvale, but Curry's tackled, and we're going to get a ball up.
I just reckon James Rouse has just gassed himself a little bit here because he just hasn't been able to have that influence. Maybe just hold back a little bit.
Yeah, well, he hasn't played a lot of games, remembering.
So,
and his disposal too, you can tell he's tired. His disposal looks tired.
It's been sluggish, yeah.
So Knox look to win the clearance and go forward here. Tackled there. It's tapped out of play.
Boundary.
Yeah, we'll go down to boundary.
Just quickly, boys, Dyson Morris, as you saw, had his jumper ripped off. He's now wearing the number 3 instead of 26.
Gonna have a lot of jumpers in the jumper bag down there.
Had 23 ripped off him.
So we'll have a throw in. Both rucks contested here as they look to go down the line. It's high up in the air. One-on-one contest as socket off the ground here. Now it's Zalik. Here's opportunity to tackle there. Love. It was dangerous. So
I think he got the gas back, Brash.
You're right.
So here's an opportunity holding the ball there. It's goes to deep to the boundary, but it's a good mark taken there by Day.
He's been good the last few minutes.
So Day goes inside 50 here. Mark that was nearly taken. And it's high, so free kick. Yep, so it's high, so a free kick will be going to Knox, and I think
it's getting real willing out
there. It is. Yeah, the tempo's certainly lifted.
So ball goes out of play, and we'll go to Brash for some more scores.
Half time in the 4th Division, second semi-final. Churnside 27 points up over White Horse Pioneers. Churnside 7-4-46, leading White Horse Pioneers 2-7-19.
So a 27-point lead there for Churnside Park as we get a ball in. Opportunity for Donvale perhaps, and there's a siren for half time. And it's a 2-goal lead for Donvale. Donvale 5-6-36 to Knox 3-6-24. We'll go to Jared Bainland for the goal kickers.
Thank you very much, Paul. Still, it's all singles for Donvale, which is a little unlike them. Nick Murphy, Ethan Duncan and Harry Giles all with theirs in the first quarter. Caleb Jordovic and Tom Goldsmith followed up for the Magpies. And for the Falcons, 2 goals to Sam Goyne in the second quarter, 1 goal in the first for Harry Greaves. So we'll be back with you with the halftime show after this break. Stick around.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half-time here. Big Division 3 second semi-final clash between Donvale and Knox, and at the moment it's Donvale 5-6-36 leading Knox 3-6-24. Goal kickers for Donvale: Murphy, Duncan, Giles, Jordovic and Goldsmith, whilst for Knox 2 to Goyne and 1 to Harry Grieve. Joining me at half-time, Ray Baird. What have you noticed on the boundary line, Ray?
Well,
how's this game going to shape up?
Well, look, the game, Donvale seemed to be in that last 10 minutes. They lifted their intensity around the football, and they were getting more of the ball, and the Jordovic got a couple of marks here. He missed one of the goals, but they scored a couple of goals in that play. But apart from that, Knox have been all over it. Knox's outside run and their intensity in the first quarter and a half was by far better. But it was almost as somebody pressed the button, and Donvale, they've lifted their game, and I picked Donvale at the start of the game, and I think that what I saw in the last 10 minutes of that quarter, they will get on top in the next quarter, but take nothing away from that.
Interestingly, Ray, it's really been a game of territory, and you'd probably have to say that really both sides really haven't cashed in on their time on possession.
Yeah, you're right, Brash. Look, Rouser hasn't had a great impact on the game, but I noticed in that play, you said that Knox had to tighten up on Kyle Wiggins. I agree. He was the one main player there in that last 10 minutes that got them going. But all those stoppages go Knox way, because Knox Ruckman, the two of them, Greaves and the other big man, Woodward, they're winning every knockout of each of the stoppages.
So where's the point of difference going to come from in this game? I know Donvale hold a 2-goal lead, but they seem to be able just at the moment to hold Knox at arm's length. Do you think there's going to be a defining moment in this third quarter where either side could take control of this contest?
Without a doubt. I just said previously I thought that Donvale would win. But on the other hand, it wouldn't surprise me at some stage during this quarter, Knox, because of their outside run and the way they have played for a quarter and a half, they can go bang, bang, bang and kick 3 goals in 2 minutes. And they're more likely to do that to me than what Donvale like to do. But it's anybody's game still, but it's favoured a little bit towards Donvale because of the intensity that they lifted in that last 10 minutes of that quarter.
Yeah, they seem to have gears, don't they, Donvale? But that being said, Knox, when they get the ball on their terms, they've been able to move the ball very quickly themselves. It almost seems like to me that neither side really wants to take ownership of the centre corridor, because I think it looks like to me that spine between the two sides look very evenly matched with player-wise.
Yeah, you're dead right, and particularly Knox. When Knox go out of their back 50, they tend to go to the wing, and Spencer Stuckey on the wing out there on the other side of near the scoreboard side in that quarter. He is so quick by foot, and his skills are amazing, and he was the one that got the ball up on a couple of occasions to another small coming forward in Sam Goyne, who kicked 2 goals himself in that quarter. So I think that if they're winning in the ruck knockouts and the stoppages, and their small coming forwards are on top, to me, Knox have just got to try and get a few more clean inside 50s to keep themselves right in this game.
All right, Ray, whilst we've got a few moments, let's go through some scores that are coming through. Let's start in Premier Division. South Croydon 6-3-39 currently lead Noble Park 2-3-15.
Not the way I thought it would have been going.
No, Berwick 3-4-22 are leading Mitcham 1-3-9.
Yeah, they picked that.
Blackburn well on top here, 8-5-53 leading Doncaster East 3-1-19. Roval 6-3-39 leading East Ringwood 2-2-14. So Roval have come out to play this afternoon, and good for them, they needed to.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be preparing myself from the barrage I get if Roval get over the line, because I said that they won't win today and they won't win a final, but they certainly have turned it on so far today by the looks of things.
And Vermont are 25 points up at this stage, Ray, 8-4-52, leading Baldwin 4-3-27.
So where does that leave Vermont if that South Croydon win? Is there any chance Vermont getting the final?
No, not at this stage. I think the percentage, I still think it could be percentage-wise, might be that 1.5%.
But it's a Vermont's advantage if South Croydon win?
Yeah, I think so. Park Orchards, Ray, at half-time, they're in control by 40 points over Beaconsfield, 7-7-49 to Beaconsfield 1-3-9.
Once again, the media term, we don't give Park Orchards enough credit with their results, yeah.
And so that's a really good first half put in by Park Orchards. Bit closer in Division 2 here, Ray. Wanturna South 4-4-28 with Surrey Park 3-4-22. So that's a close contest.
Close game. I still think Wanturna South, as that game goes on, I just think the South Wanturna are a much bigger, taller side, bigger body than what Surrey Park were, and those guys don't get any shorter.
And Churnside have got 1 foot into the grand final at this stage, Ray. They hold sway by 27 points at half-time, 7-4-46 to Whitehorse 2-7-19. Whitehorse are going to have to pull something out of the fire here to get back in this game.
With that scoreline, it's Churnside's to lose that one now.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the women's Premier Division Grand Final this afternoon between South Belgrave and Park Orchards. And at this particular stage, it's South Belgrave 1-2-8 leading Park Orchards 4 behind. And in the Division 2 Grand Final for the women's, it's going to be that's a very interesting game as well, with Muralbark who were in front early, and at the moment they still hold sway by 9 points, 2-4-16, leading Montrose 1-1-7. So grand finals and qualifying finals and the lot, and we've got a really great contest here this afternoon. And there's more to come tomorrow as well as the EFNL Finals Roadshow continues. So before we finish, who's going to, like you said, it's going to come down to, is it going to come down to a side dominating for 10 minutes and kicking 2 or 3 quick ones? Yeah,
it probably is, Brash, but I think that if Knox are going to win, as I said earlier, the 2 big ruckmen there in Greaves and Woodward, if they can keep controlling those stoppages, I think that Knox are every chance. But on the other hand, Donvale, they lifted their intensity. We'll just see what happens in the second half.
The other thing I have noticed, Ray, that I sort of felt that whilst Knox had their time where they were dominating possession, I also thought that when Donvale had their turn in the sun, I thought that they had a lot more guys that were a bit more physical in the contest, and that looked like that they going to hold sway?
Yeah, you did right, Brash. Look, any criticism that you could give against Knox in that first quarter and a half in particular was that they had more of the football. They had more of the use of the football in their hands, but they didn't really use it. They were under pressure. Both sides were under pressure, but Knox were under pressure, and they didn't quite hit their targets the way they would have liked.
How are the ground conditions?
Oh, fantastic, Brash. It's a bit hard, if anything, but over the last couple of weeks we've seen the grounds. They look really good, but when you walk out them, they're spongy underneath. Not this ground. This ground is perfect for playing football on.
Did you have a goal in the centre wicket? What's that?
No, I haven't been out there, mate. I'm a cricket person. You don't walk out onto the wicket unless you're carrying a bat in your hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like you don't use a gun unless you don't carry a gun unless you're ready to use it.
It's called hallowed turf, isn't it?
That's right.
And Ray, finally, quickly, will the wind have an impact in this game in the second half?
Not really, Brash. Look, it sort of almost died right now. The first quarter there was a bit of a wind, but now that it was gusty. But now it seems to have died down. If there is a bit of a wind, it's not going to influence.
Well, thanks, Ray, for joining me on at half time. We're going to take a break. We'll reassemble the crew, and we'll come back and bring you the big second half here at Jubilee Park this afternoon. It's Donvale versus Knox. Winner goes straight through to the grand final in 2 weeks' time.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park in Ringwood for the Division 3 semi-final between Knox and Donvale, and it's a quick start here because we're just about to get underway. Thank you very much to Ray and Brash on the halftime show. Excellent stuff as always, but here we are back in action. So Donvale will get the first clearance. Djordjevic tried to track it, punched over the line immediately though by Heppel right out in front of the Donvale dugout. At the moment, it's Donvale 5-6-36 leading Knox 3-6-24. Opportunities gone begging for both sides, really, but I think they would have stung a little bit more for Knox throughout that first half. Let's see if they can cure what ails them in this third quarter. Tackle immediately laid by Stuckey. Down went Tout. Knox get the clearance this time. Liardi manages to get the kick away. One-on-one, went over the heads of those two. Weir got the punch. Ball still in dispute. Weir manages to steal it from his Donvale opponent, weave his way through and get a kick. That was excellent stuff. Now to Morris, 2-on-2 situation. Otten with the big fist was always going to come over like that. Woodward had to wait for it. Just gets the tap to Goyne. Manages to slip a handball out, and now they're sharing it round. That was very good work. It was Anderson and Porcelado as well. Tackle laid by Wignall. Woodward still ended up with it, however, and Mihail Zalek.
That's got to be 25.
Wore his man closely, and it's Dyson Morris who's going to be marched down the ground to potentially take a shot at goal and spilled first blood for Knox in this second half.
That's just undisciplined. That's just unacceptable at this time in the game.
Oh, well, he spotted up, nearly spotted up a teammate inside forward 50, but bounced out of his hands. Rouser was wise to it and did well. Kicked it inside the corridor, but it was just a little bit wayward. Knox were able to recover the ball. Now on the outer side, it was scooped up there by Tetley. And Love, he's going to have to track it. Pressure closes into him immediately. Just couldn't quite scoop it up soon enough.
Just got to hold their nerve, Brash. Knox here.
Yeah, I reckon one of the reasons why this game is so close is both these sides have got very similar game plans and they're fighting for supremacy in more ways than one.
Woodward gets the tap down. Scooped up, though, by Tetley. Managed to get the handball to Morris. Morris had to tackle. Upend Zalek.
The big test for me is that we know Donvale's second halves historically are not their strong point.
Let's see whether or not that will win. That will ring true here today. Stuckey at ground level, just trying to fight to get his hands free. Well, he was already at ground level. He's not a big man either, so Rouser couldn't do much other than take him high. Stuckey gets the free kick. Looking for the corridor. Young.
Gee, that's play on for mine. That's on 15.
Very short kick. Cursory look down the ground, but finds the running man past. It was Heppel, sends it to a one-on-one. Donvale managed to defend. That was good work by Wignall. Now it comes to Murphy. Hooks it round. Bouncing ball through the corridor. Working his way up the ground was Heppel. Left his man behind. And Duncan feeds it to Giles. Here's Heppel's man. It was Day. Bouncing ball into the pocket. Gets the handball just behind him. But it was straight to Gwyn. And he took it over the line for a one behind. It's going to be brought back here. They tried to rush the kick in too quickly, did Knox. So 5-7-37 Donvale, 3-6-24 Knox.
So the first score of the second half going the way of Donvale. I like that effort to try and keep it in just before. They couldn't save it in time, however, but Knox will take the kick in. So, a big kick in the middle of the ground. What a kick that is. So, Knox looked to go forward, and that's a real high tackle there. And here's Tetley. Good kick from Tetley there as Knox will go down the line. Good kick there again. Now they look to go forward. Big kick high up in the air, inside 50. Now an opportunity, tackle there by Otten, and we will have a ball up deep in the inside 50 of Knox.
Been very disciplined, Knox, the way they've moved the ball down the ground, down the line.
So here's an opportunity for Knox. Got taken high there, umpire lets it go. Is there an opportunity on goal? Here it's through the middle.
Gee, that's a good goal, that.
That's a fantastic goal. And Knox get the opening goal of the second half.
Let's see who kicked that.
Looks like it was Braden Barlow.
Well, if that's Braden Barlow, that is definitely one of the contenders for Tobin's goal of the day. He's just a barometer. When he gets a goal like that, he's the sort of side that can spark as we go down to the boundary.
Yeah, it was Barlow, boys, without a doubt.
Yeah, and he's a brilliant finisher. And he has the attributes to kick goals like that. He's X factor. That's the sort of things that he's done for such a long period of time. That's really sparked Knox. That could be the start of something in the start of this third term.
Lead narrowed to 7 points. Knox look like they are starting to gain the ascendancy out of the middle here. Love gets it to Tetley. Bouncing ball to 7.5 forward. Clean bowls them all. The second line had to come up and attack it. It was Liardi for Donvale. Swung around holding the ball. Knox to force the issue this time through James Fisher. Former Vermont man, of course, kicks it to the pocket. Greaves is leading out. Sticks his hands out. Just couldn't quite take it. Good work, defensive work, though, by Wignall, that was. And now it's Zalek back to... That's Otten. Bouncing ball out in front of Kyle Wignall this time, and he's happy to take it over. The umpire's going to just give him grace there. Brash, we've got some scores.
Yeah, 14 minutes into the Premier Division Women's Grand Final. It's South Belgrave 2-5-17 leading Park Orchards 1-8-14.
Curry and Woodward. Once again, Woodward's done well, but the tap went straight to Tout. Donvale got the clearance, but that didn't last long. Knox fighting for it. This is some solid hand-to-hand combat at ground level. No clear possession at the moment. Now, squeezing the kick out was Mihail Zalek. Bland nearly intercepted, but his man found the ball at ground level. Chasing onto it is Goldsmith. He has some space to work in. Gets the handball back, and Donvale will go forward. Giles takes the mark. Wheels around, 2-on-2. Duncan's there. Over the back was Day. Comes to ground. Oh, Knox going to have to be composed. The bodies go flying. And a great tackle laid by Chris Butler. Brash, you've got more scores.
Yeah, Division 2 Premier, Division 2 Women's Grand Final. Moorabach 5-6-36 leading Montrose 1-1-7.
Young tried to burst out of the stoppage, got the handball away. Running onto it was Anderson. Goldsmith, though, just weaving and deceiving, but the boundary line got to him first.
Contested ball numbers, you just feel that the Falcons are ahead in this because the way that they're working at clearance and stoppage has been exceptional.
Back into play, Woodward and Curry. Woodward got the tap. Roving it was Curry, though. Got the kick inside forward 50. Bland cut it off. Now to Stuckey. Fisher was the target. Bounces in front of him. Liardi worked it out at ground level. That was very good. Stole a march on his man there as well. Day taps it to ground. Duncan having to work some
good tackle.
Oh, it was a good tackle. Well done. Good defensive stuff.
But he's got a
it was an infringement, though. So Ethan Duncan will take the free kick in the pocket. And this
boundary
will be a good response to the Knox goal earlier. Ray.
That tackle was too high, boys.
Thanks, Ray.
Ethan Duncan, 54 goals for the year coming into today. And then he got one in the first quarter. Hard against the boundary line. On the right boot, it's going to sail through the sticks. And that is a dagger to the heart of Knox, who are starting to build some momentum. But Donvale, they've got the stars to shut that down all the time. Brash, some more scores.
Let's go back to Premier. South Croydon 7-6-48, leading Noble Park 4-5-29. Berwick 4-8-32. Mitcham 4-5-29. Blackburn 12-8-80. Doncaster East 8-2-50. Roval 7-4-46, leading East Ringwood 4-4-28. Vermont 8-5-53, leading Balwyn 6-5-41.
It's called counter punching too by Donvale. Then they're able to get one back on the counter. Big few minutes here.
So every time Knox goal, Donvale respond. It's been the story of the game so far. As Donvale look to go forward here, chain of handballs, it's high up in the air. Now Knox look to clear it out, but Donvale look to go forward here. Here's Rousey being tackled. That's a good tackle.
Just got to hold up here, Knox. Can't afford to concede 2 goals in a row.
So Bland Kicks it over to Greaves. As they look to get out of defensive 50. They're under pressure here, and it's turned over. And is that 25?
No.
So here's Tout to go back into the forward 50. Mark there was nearly taken. Here's an opportunity perhaps. Here's an opportunity for Giles as he kicks his second. And Donvale get it out to a 19-point lead. Donvale 7-7-49 to Knox 4-6-30. We've gone 10-30 in the third quarter.
Just the turnover game, isn't it? Like you come out of your back half and you turn the ball over, it's coming back, and in the end they get on the end of it and they just punish you on the scoreboard. Donvale, that's what they're so good. Has to be better. Knox been coming out of the defensive 50 part of the ground.
Down to boundary level.
Yeah,
Right.
look, Brash, this is that 10 minutes we spoke about at half time. It looks like Donvale, they're going to put this 10 minutes in and finish the game off, I reckon.
Wayne Brasher, you've got some scores.
Yeah, Park Orchards 8-7-55, leading Beaconsfield 3-3-21.
Thank you very much. Looks like Division 1 will have its first preliminary finalist in... Oh, no, that'll be a semi-finalist in Park Orchards. So...
And the winner goes to... For an appointment with South Belgrove.
That's
Tell you what, second division's close, 5-5-35, one turner south. Surrey Park, 5-4-34.
Thank you very much. Fisher gets the handball backwards into the centre of the ground. Sharing it round now through Rudd and Tetley. His kick was under a lot of pressure. So Donvale first to it, but Greaves wrapped up Sinisic.
Pioneers have closed it up here, 9-4-58 Churnside. Whitehall 6-7-43.
Oh, Sinisic crunched, holding the ball, tried to take them all on. And it was Morris who stopped him going anywhere.
It was a good tackle.
So Dyson Morris had that jumper change after it was ripped, of course. Wearing the number 3 now. The pack formed in Knox's forward line, trying to work its way out, but didn't quite get that far. Scooped up by Taylor. Top of the goal square. Otten's there. Safe hands. Juggled. Took the mark. So the big man, former Blackburn and Templestowe player, shares it into the pocket. Zalek. This is Christian Zalek. Sends it to right half back. Giles punches it. Scooped up by Djordjevic. Has Liardi running past him. Finding the corridor with that one, 2-on-1 though. Knox with the advantage. High ball, middle of the ground. Ooh. Searching for it. That was well done. Now Taylor sends it into the pocket. Oh, he could have gone for it a little bit more there. The Knox player in Barlow, but was able to lay the tackle.
I think he thought his other player was coming into it.
Yeah,
he saw him in the periphery and
lack of communication. I think,
it was. That's what it felt like with the communication there.
So Knox trying to tap it down. Giles tackled. And there's the forward pressure that Knox are going to have to find.
I was just going to say, Jared, that's the stoppage that they needed to win, and they've done it. They've got a free kick and get themselves a chance to have a shot at goal.
So Giles, who kicked that goal before, he was the one who just got taken down. And we're looking at who this is. I believe it's going to be Charlie Young, yes.
He's been very good today for Knox.
He has. He's been running the lines very well, Charlie.
He has kicked 8 goals this year, 9th on offer, and this to really steady the ship for Knox. Oh, just missing the opportunity. That's
just one they needed to kick.
That's one we might look back at the end of this game and say that would have hurt. So McCormick to bring it in. Mill just spills out of his hands. Cameron scoops it up, disposes of one man, gets it to Varthakos. Now Luke Wignall. Now Liardi running the lines. Open forward line for Donvale. This is very dangerous. Liardi's kick really set a task for his man there. Murphy comes trundling out of the goal square. Never mind. It was a kick at goal for Djordjevic, but just a one behind.
He was close there, Djordjevic.
Well, that was the example that we've illustrated a couple of times, being able to transition the ball from coast to coast without much pressure.
So Knox looked to clear it out. Margin's 19 points, the biggest lead of this contest.
Gee, that was a very, very poor kick, that.
Boundary.
will go down to boundary.
Just quickly, boys, one thing I've noticed, the first half, Knox's disposal efficiency would have been up there and it's just lacked now, and Donvale are capitalising on it. So
yeah, definitely dropped off, Jaden. Absolutely.
So the throw in here is just outside the attacking 50 for Donvale. Here's Giles. Inside 50. Here, now Day. Day turns around. Can he kick a goal or will he kick it to the top of the square? Intercept mark there taken. Now Knox look to clear it out, but it's going high up in the air. Now it's Fisher. And Knox look to go forward. Good mark taken. Run and carry going on here. Now inside 50 for Knox. Not a great kick. And Donvale look to turn it over. It will be end-to-end here. Now it's Sinisic. Sinisic kicks it inside 50. Opportunity perhaps. Now it's Jordovic. Jordovic turns around. Can Jordovic kick a goal? He misses to the right. And the margin's out to 20 points. Donvale 7-9-51 to Knox 4-7-31. We've gone 16-10 in this third quarter.
They're just lucky they haven't converted these chances. Knox, if Donvale got these goals, the game could be well and truly almost over. Knox has just got to hang in the game.
Just got word that Jet Margette, who suffered that ankle injury in the second quarter, unfortunately, has been referred to hospital. So bad news for the Falcons. Let's hope he'll recover. Let's go down to the boundary.
Just quickly, adding on to what Spider just said, me and Ray have just been talking. Just that last kick into their forward 50 that's letting Knox down big time.
25.
Yeah, just that disconnect.
Yes, massively.
It's interesting because they do have the weapons down there. When you kick it in between Murphy and Duncan, you're sort of shortchanging yourself. So it was 25-metre penalty. Rudd, the beneficiary, kicks it out to Tetley. And this disciplined, uncontested mark style play for Knox has worked for them pretty well, but there's very little room for error. Now it's ended up with Taylor in the middle of the ground, searching for the handball option. No, decides to play on himself, send it forward. Greaves! Oh, not quite. Ball hits the deck. Mill gets the handball away. Varthakos is going to try and track it. Taylor disrupts everything for Donvale, gets it back to Tetley. Shots at goal. Top of the goal square, maybe. Greaves again. Oh, spoiled away from him by Otten. Desperate stuff on the last line of defence by the veteran.
Yeah, it was good work.
It was well done by Max.
He's been a quality player over a long period of time, but he just had the experience there, knew what to do.
He did that well without giving the free kick away there, Spider.
Yeah, and that's why he's been such a good player.
So now the transition for Donvale. This is where things get a bit pear-shaped for Knox, making sure that doesn't happen. Once again is Tetley. He's done well. Now McCormick's going to have to do well. Used his body expertly and took the grab.
Tell you what, he hasn't done too much wrong this afternoon, McCormick.
He's been brilliant. He's just a good player for his size.
Normally we see him down at centre forward.
Yeah.
It's just the pedigree, I think.
Yeah, good family genes.
Drilling ball found Jeffrey. He kept it low and short. And Sinisic just searching for that longer option. Now Day. No communication between the two Knox players in that situation. It was a 2-on-1. Neither of them went for it, and Day took the easy mark, but still a couple of kicks away from goal. Duncan is going to set himself. Putting himself in the way was Bland. Rouser now paddles to himself. Opportunity if he can just take a hold of it. Gets the kick away, does. Giles, I believe it was. Touched on the line.
Oh, that's
Weir, that was clutch. In that very last moment.
That was going to be a big moment, but he did so well just to get a fingernail on it.
So Weir with a desperate there. Great work there from Weir. And he keeps it at 20 points. As Donvale have the numbers back. Day looks to launch it back inside 50. And mark is taken there by Jack Tout.
Actually, I think he was the one that kicked that point just a minute ago.
Yeah. And when you can get the repeat entry there, as they just did, it just frustrates you as a coach. You know, like that just shouldn't be able to happen.
So Tout is going to line up here. Big moment in this game to get it out potentially to 26 points. Here's Tout. who's kicked 7 goals this year, goes for goal, and it's right through the middle. So Donvale get their 8th, and the margin's out to 26. Donvale 8-10-58 to Knox 4-8-32. And we'll go to Brash for some scores.
3/4 time in the Premier Division Women's Grand Final sees South Belgrave 2-8-20 leading Park Orchards 1-10-16.
The third quarter, the Premiership quarter, of course, going the way of Donvale, and it's starting to look a little hard for Knox now. They're going to have a big final quarter to haul this back, and they'll be assisted.
Done their work a little bit, Knox.
Yeah, they'll be assisted by a couple of goals here, perhaps. They just need to start to wield the power that they had in the first half. Good tackle by Love. Let's go to the boundary side with Jaden.
Just quickly, the wind's picked up a little bit more than usual today, so keep an eye out for that. I don't know how much influence that'll have, but it's definitely there.
Thank you very much. Woodward. I feel like Curry's starting to get the best of Woodward at the moment in the ruck. Brash, more scores.
Division 2 Women's Grand Final sees Murrelbach 5-7-37 leading Montrose 1-1-7.
Rouser trying to burst through, couldn't quite get it, but Zalek slams it down the ground. Bouncing ball in front of Djordjevic, trying to keep it in front of himself, couldn't control it. It's now come to Tout, and a free kick has been given away. So Chris Tout's entry into forward 50 nullified. And it's going to come to Gwyn.
Boundary.
Ray?
I think we have to give credit to Djordjevic in that effort. His effort was fantastic then.
Yeah, he's been good.
Under a lot of pressure, managed to try and turn things in Donvale's favour. Stuckey gets it to Greaves, now to Young. Charlie Young in the middle of the ground. He's got a bit of a puzzle in front of him, set by Donvale's defence. Over the top comes Greaves. And the mark's been paid. So Harrison Greaves, this would be a captain's goal for Knox, if ever there was one.
I don't think it was a mark. I think he called for holding or even a push there.
It isn't even going to Greaves.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, it's going to go to Jackson Crawford, and he's been given the 25-metre penalty as well. Or, okay, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, it is Crawford, and he's going to go for goal. Point blank range. He's just baited us all here.
The player wasn't on the mark. That was.
Well, first game of the year in the senior side for Crawford, and he gets his first goal. And it's such an important one for his side in this semi-final. It cuts the lead back to 14 points.
So what was hidden from our side was the fact Greaves went up for the mark, but Crawford was on the other side of him, and he got pushed.
He did, yeah. That's exactly right, Luke.
Blindsided. Brash with some scores.
20 minutes into the third quarter, time on. Wantirna South 6-7-43, leading Surrey Park 6-4-40. Close one there, guys.
It is. That's an excellent one.
Tight one in the qualifying final in Div 2. Both rucks go at it here. The margin's back to 20.
20, right. That's my mistake. I said 14 before.
Well, Knox need the next one to get it back to 14.
So, big couple of minutes just before three-quarter time. Here's Tout. This is Chris Tout with the clearance. Was there holding? Umpire lets it go. And it will be a free kick now going to Donvale. The advantage is paid, and Tout gets the kick away. Is a mark on? It's a great mark.
Gee, that's well played by Murphy.
Yeah, that's brilliant,
Big mark by Murphy.
It was actually a really good kick too.
Well, he telegraphed it perfectly.
Yeah.
Superb bit of play there. And Murphy, this to get the margin out to 26, back out to 26. And it really has been a story of the day. Every time Knox have come with a goal, Donvale have responded.
Tell you what, this is going to take a fair kick here. Murphy, a left footer on the wrong angle.
So Murphy, the kick is on the way. Is it going to come back?
Oh,
it certainly will.
What a goal that is.
He loved it off the boot.
He had no doubt.
No, exactly.
Well, it's just a goal from a class player, isn't it, really? And that just sums up the day a little bit for Knox when they just haven't been able to get that momentum and kick 2 goals. But out of the clearance there from Donvale, they've just started to work their way into it and get hold of the contested ball game with the clearances just in the back end of this quarter. They've really upped the ante and really put some significant pressure on Knox.
Let's go to Brush for some scores.
Yes, on the stroke of three-quarter time, Park Orchard's 44 points up here. Park Orchard's 11-7-73. Beaconsfield 4-5-29.
Thank you, Brash. Donvale awarded another clearance there through means of free kick. So Varthakos will send it forward once more. Rouser set himself. Watched it float over. He's going to go for it at ground level again, though. Crashing through and being tackled by Butler. And now ending up in a wrestle. I believe it might have been Day. Zalek even. So Duncan taking the ruck contest against Woodward this time. Roved by Varthakos. Out to Rouser. And kicks it into the pocket. Murphy. It was just a little too hot for him. Brash.
Three-quarter time in the Division 4 Grand Final sees Churnside 11-7-73, leading
Boundary.
Whitehall 6-8-44.
Let's go down to boundary side with
As
Jake.
you can see on this close wing, boys, Sam Woodward walking off. It looks like a shoulder or
that's a
elbow.
big blow, yeah.
I'll confirm for you and come back.
Let's hope he's okay, but it's not good.
So another stoppage in Donvale's forward line. And they are just starting to really put an exclamation point upon this game. And they might have done that with... No, it's not a holding the ball free kick. It's going to be a ball up. Danger zone for Knox. Greaves got the tap. Heppel gets the clearance. Oh, Mill with a good punch to Donvale's advantage. Zalek tries to spin through. Couldn't quite do so. Got the handball away, though. Cameron came up to meet it. Tackled. Brash.
Time on in the big clash between South Croydon and Noble Park. South Croydon 10-8-68, leading Noble Park 4-5-29.
Siren goes to signal the end of the third quarter. Donvale are up 9-10-64. Knox 5-8-38 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Paul Uconi, give us the goal scorers.
Yeah, so the goal scorers are for Donvale 2 each to Nick Murphy, Duncan and Giles, and singles to Jordovic and Goldsmith, and for Knox, singles to Crawford, Greaves, Barlow and Goyne.
Thank you very much. This is three-quarter time at Jubilee Park. We'll be back to you with the final quarter of the semi-final after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park. It's Division 3 semi-final time, and it's Donvale against Knox. Currently, the Magpies are up 9-10-64. Knox 5-8-38. It will be a monumental effort for Knox to try and peg this one back in the final quarter. Spider, what have your thoughts been from that third quarter? Donvale's class really shone through, didn't it? Oh. We'll just sort out the technical side of things in a second. There we go.
It certainly was. Look, they really did lift their intensity up Donvale during that quarter. Guys like Rouser, Giles were really important in that quarter. Wignall's playing a really good quality game. And that goal from Murphy just illustrates how good a player in the class of that player. So look, at the moment, you just got to say that Donvale are on top. Knox definitely up against it with a couple of players out of the contest. Woodward's off the ground now. We know Margetts is been off as well. So it's really going to be a big ask. But now this is where the character comes in for Knox to see what they can get out of this game in the last quarter. But Knox really up against it. But Donvale just winning all the key moments. But around the ball, their purpose and their intensity in that third term, they just took it to another level.
And it's backs against the wall at the moment.
Yeah.
And Knox, what do you think they need to do, Paul, to get back into this one?
Well, I think they need to get some more bang for buck going forward, and I think it's said a lot in football. I think they need to do the Lee Matthews rule, kick the first 3 goals in the last quarter to get back into it. But yeah, it doesn't help that they've had a few injuries during this game, Knox. But yeah, just get a few early goals and they're right back in it.
Well, the Falcons, if they are going to perform this comeback,
Boundary boys.
One of the season. So Ray, he's got an interview with...
We've got Donvale coach Tony Weeks down here. Tony, 26 points in front. I believe that it was late in the second quarter you lifted your intensity and you carried it on in that quarter.
Yeah, look, our pressure's been pretty good today, I think. The forward is starting to put a lot more pressure on it, and I think our tackle count's up really high as well. So we just need to bring that, because they won't lie down. We know that. We just have to keep bringing it.
Good luck for the rest of the game, mate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ray. Scores around the grounds with Wayne Brasher.
Flat spot there, Jared. South Belgrave are back in front in the Premier Division Women's Grand Final here. 13 minutes to go. It's 3-8-26 South Belgrave. Park Orchards 2-10-22.
Thank you very much. As the players
Boundary.
just making their way back into position, we've got Jaden Adolf down there who was with the Knox huddle.
I was just there before. Listen to Steve Buckle address the boys. He says to the boys, just use the run and carry as what they did in the first half. Change the angles a lot more than what they did, and also kick the ball deep into their forward line. Don't lead up too far up the ground. Get it in deep and capitalise on those opportunities once it is deep. So we'll see what happens in this fourth quarter, boys. And
Thank you very much.
Well, they've got to take the game on now.
Correct. Roll the dice.
Look, the reality is they've got another chance. So you either take the game on, roll the dice, or you're going to go down by a big margin and you risk deflating into next week. At least if you go down by a couple of goals today, it doesn't matter. You're still playing next week, so you can get something out of the game.
Brush, you've got some more scores.
Yeah, Division 2 Women's Grand Final. Looks like Mooroolbark are heading towards victory here. With 10 minutes to go, they lead 5-8-38 to Montrose 2-1-13.
So the final quarter about to get underway here at Jubilee Park. Donvale, they look to punch their ticket into the grand final. Knox to play off in a prelim if things go continue going to plan at the moment. Bland will go up against the ruck as a replacement for Woodward. Tout tries to get the handball away. It was a throw instead, so Knox will get their first opportunity right now. Stuckey will take the free kick. He's spotted up Love. It was a short option. Now, will they go for that deeper kick like Steve Buckle was hoping for? Playing in front was Luke Wignall. Puccilato ends up tackling Liardi and will have a ball up. Brash with some more scores.
Three-quarter time in the Division 2 qualifying final. Surrey Park 8-4-52, leading Wantirna South 6-7-43.
Tetley was first to it, tackled immediately by Goldsmith. Another stoppage. They probably need a goal from this situation, Knox, if they are to start mounting that comeback. We've got another ball up. Good wrestle by Graves, managed to dispose of his opposing ruckman. Ball still lost under the pack, however. Stuckey tried to break away, didn't manage to do so. Brash.
Another three-quarter time score in First Division. Park Orchards 11-7-73, leading Beaconsfield 4-7-31.
Rouser finds the clearance with a quick kick down the ground, rebounded by Knox immediately. However, up goes Rudd, couldn't quite take it. Rouser once again just marches out of defence, takes a bounce, has Wignall for assistance. Wignall with an aggressive handball to Giles, just let it slip that time though. Giles went and got it again, still can't control the ball. Now he has it, busts through. He's got a bit of time and space, and he ran too far, said the umpire.
Bit of travel there.
I don't know how many of those steps were taken with ball in hand, but the umpire didn't like it. So now it's going to come to Ben Rudd. Oh, he just had his kick smothered. Whoa. Went at it again. Out of fresh air it was. Goyne nearly. Liardi bounces off Goyne. Couldn't quite get the kick away. Holding the ball. So Knox trying to apply the pressure at the moment is James Fisher. Just a little too far out to score. So what are the options here? It is going to be a deep entry this time. Donvale have their towers back in defence, and it's going to just bounce harmlessly over the goal line for a behind. So wasted opportunity for Knox.
So first ball in this last quarter. First score of last quarter going the way of Knox. As Donvale with a paddock really to move it down the line here as they look to go forward. Donvale, the kick's high up in the air inside 50. Good punch there as Knox look to clear it out. Good handball. Now through the corridor. Here go Knox. Here's Taylor. Taylor assesses his options, goes forward, and a good mark taken there by Curry. And Curry will clear it out of defence for Donvale. Numbers for Knox. Is there a free kick on? Umpire lets it go. Here's Taylor. Now it's Young. Good contest there. But Donvale will go forward through Giles. Now it's over to Rouser. Rouser goes inside 50 and the mark is taken by Murphy. And Murphy, who's kicked 2 goals this afternoon.
That's been the major difference between the two sides. Donvale's delivery into their forward 50 has been a lot more cleaner and a bit more direct.
It has been, and their transition game has certainly reflected that, yeah.
So Murphy to kick his 3rd goal of the afternoon. The kick is on its way to the left, and it's one behind. So Donvale moved to 9-11-65 to Knox 5-9-39, and we'll go to Brash for some scores around the
7
grounds.
minutes into the last quarter in the 4th Division second semi-final. Turnside 13-8-86, leading Pioneers 6-9-45.
Tom Weir, ever the pathfinder for Knox, finds his right boot. One-on-one situation. Otten, he's beaten to it out the back by Fisher. Fisher able to scoop it up, tries to work into some space, gets a little chip. And now Knox working it across their half-back line. Crawford, Barlow. He's got a mile of space to work in. Gets the kick over the top, marked now by Butler. Butler centres the ball, downfield free kick. Kobe Bland wants to play on with it. He's going to try and find Greaves. Greaves has his head and shoulders above Zalak. And he takes the mark in the pocket.
It was good play by Bland.
And this will be such an important kick to start the uprising for Knox. We're already 5 minutes into the final quarter. This is a must-kick goal for Harry Greaves. He's got it! There's a pulse for Knox.
We'll go to Brash for some scores.
Three-quarter time scores from Premier South Croydon 11-10-76, Noble Park 4-5-29, Berwick 9-15-69, Mitcham 6-7-43. Doncaster East trail by 17, 13-10-88, Blackburn 11-5-71, Doncaster East. Roval 11-5-71, leading East Ringwood 5-9-39, and Baldwin have hit the front here at three-quarter time over Vermont 12-7-79 to 11-7-73.
Knox, it was good ball movement. If they can reflect that again, you just
Here's
never
Rouser.
know.
Inside 50 here, opportunity for Murphy again! And Murphy has been causing problems for the Knox backline all day. He's kicked 2 goals this afternoon.
He's been creating a problem for backlines for years, Nick Murphy. There isn't a... look, to be honest with you...
There's no perfect matchup.
There is no matchup for this guy.
But what about the clearance work of Rouser?
Yeah.
So
that roving, he's does so well over the years.
Murphy's coming in. The kick is on the way.
Oh, that's picture
and that tells
perfect.
the story. Murphy gets his third. And the margin is back out to 26 points.
Boundary.
We'll go down a boundary with Jaden.
One thing I've noticed this afternoon, and I'm sure you blokes will agree, Knox just haven't been able to gain any momentum after kicking the odd goal. Donvale just seemed to find a way to clear the ball out of that next centre bounce. Vintage Rouser just then, straight to Murphy, and another one.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jaden. And we've been talking about it because they haven't been able to get those consecutive goals, Knox, and get that momentum. But, Donvale, that was just perfect the way that they did that passage of play.
4 minutes left in the Premier Division Women's Grand Final, and it's South Belgrave 3-8-26 leading Park Orchards 2-10-22.
Kobe Bland has a lot on his shoulders to try and give Knox first use from these clearances. Wasn't able to do so this time, but James Fisher tried to rove it. Barlow outside of the left, kicks it to centre half forward. Goins coming up to meet it. Went over the back of his head. Now Max Otten has to control it. Could quite do so. Crashing in was Knox. Taylor snapping. Ball to Greaves. Takes the mark in the goal square.
Jeepers, can I buy real estate off that off the umpire there? Because they're very lucky that's not 15. I'm telling you now. Have a look. That's not 15.
Well, yeah, probably not 15.
That's not 15.
So Harry Greaves, well, he's kicked the steadier on multiple occasions today. He got that one just before he can respond to Donvale once more and just keep Knox alive by the slimmest of margins. It's 20 points once again, 71-51. We've gone 8.5 minutes in this final quarter in the semi-final of Division 3, and it's attack and counter-attack, but you just feel like the Donvale will get the next one anyway.
Yeah, well, they just need to get the next clearance so they Knox. But guys like Fisher, Barlow, when they get their hands on the ball, they look damaging, but they just haven't done it often enough today. And Bland, look, he's been okay, but look, even a guy like Goin, he's sort of just gone out of the game. He just hasn't had the impact since early part when he kicked that big goal.
So can Knox get back-to-back goals here and get themselves right back in this one? Both rucks got it. Here's Rouser again. He's having a day out. High up in the air, but
there's a bounce.
Wow, it's a huge bounce. And here's Rouser again. He kicks inside 50 to Murphy.
Oh, Duncan,
in fact. My apologies. And now Duncan, he will line up to respond again for Donvale.
Well, if it's not one, it's certainly the other. But that was just, once again, brilliant work by Rouser.
Rouser, he came through like a steam train there, didn't he?
Yeah, that's just class.
So in comes Duncan. He's kicked 2 on the afternoon, lining up for his third. And this again to get it out to 26 points. In comes Duncan. The kick is on its way, and it is right through the middle. And we'll go to Brash for some scores around the grounds.
we're in the dying minutes of the Premier Division Women's Grand Final, and Park Orchards looks like they're going to get up here. 4-12-36 to South Belgrave, 3-9-27.
Massive stuff for Park Orchards.
Yeah, they've come up last year.
Yep. I've got that stream in my other ear at the moment, and tell you what, there's a lot of excitement from Blake and Ryan at the moment. It's all over the place.
Oh, that's excellent.
Good, I'm glad they're having a good time up there. Just like we are here.
Wignall gets the tap down this time. Fisher hunting for it. Pushed in the back by Varthakos. You can hear what the crowd thought of that.
I think he was pushed. I don't know if he fell over. But anyway, we'll agree to disagree with the crowd.
James Fisher sends it forward. Graves coming out to meet it. What a mark by Graves. Does he have the distance on him, though, for this one?
He'll take his best kick.
Took a bit of a ride there. Did Harry Graves.
I think he's going to have a crack here.
Yeah, you got to have a go.
Yep. He's taking a lot on his shoulders in the forward line for Knox. Is Harry Graves. This one to peg it back to 20 once again. We've seen this movie before, but this time it's just a little off centre. And goes through off hands for one behind. Brash with some more scores.
It's back to 3 points. Park Orchards 4-12-36. South Belgrave 4-9-33. There's 10 seconds to go by the year.
Keep in mind they've also got time on for the Premier Division, so there might be a couple more minutes.
We'll keep you informed, ladies and gentlemen, as the scores come through.
McCormick sends it high and long. Goyne made it to it, but the boundary line beat everyone.
My major concern here from Knox's point of view this afternoon, they don't have enough goal kickers.
They've just struggled to find them, haven't they?
So
it's been left to too few.
Back into play it goes. Fell short, but Wignall was sat down by his opposing ruckman and will take the free kick. Yeah, Goyne, as good as he's looked, he needed to perhaps get a couple more on the board in this second half. Unfortunately, he's faded out of the game. The kick went up to the wing. Duncan came up to meet it, and it's gone over the boundary line again. And I'm just looking at some other goal kickers. Aaron Taylor, he's kicked 21 for the season for Knox. He hasn't really been cited today.
Yeah, it's been a quiet day by his standards.
No Ben O'Brien out there by the looks of it, despite being on our team sheet, unfortunately.
No Hanlon.
Yeah, exactly. So Donvale fighting for this clearance. Sinisic gets it out, and they go forward with this again to Donvale. On the outer side, Weir did really well to stifle Duncan. And it's gone over the line. Brash.
Mooroolbark are premiers in the Division 2 Grand Final for the women this year. Mooroolbark 5-8-38 have defeated Montrose 2-1-13.
Congratulations to the Mustangs out there as Knox trying to feed it out. It's in a dangerous spot here. It's at centre half forward. Donvale have the ball now. Skimming ball. Oh, it's just beaten.
Murphy.
It just beat Graves, and Murphy scooped it up and slammed it home. And I think it's all gravy now for Donvale.
Yeah, it certainly is, but that's just the hard work that they've done all day, Donvale, and that just, reflects on that. So they get the goal, and Murphy just prays on that, gets the goal. And
boundary.
Jaden Adolf down on boundary line.
One thing I have noticed a couple of times, probably in each quarter when they've scored Donvale, is that there's always been in one-on-one contest, the Knox players moved up towards the footy and the ball's gone straight past them, and the Donvale players hung back and they've been able to score off it.
Yeah, just the way they play, Jaden. That's just the risk, I suppose. You take the gamble, you either go with it or you don't, and in the end, ultimately, you pay the price if you go that way.
Wayne Brasher.
And Park Orchards are premiers in Premier Division Women's 4-12-36 defeating South Belgrave 4-9-33.
Back to back.
Well done. So Giles gets the handball away. He was able to release Liardi. Duncan steams out to try and meet it. Didn't quite do so. Bounces off Crawford. Scooped up by Weir now. Harry Greaves, who's worked his way up the ground for this one. And it's just going to end up in a tangle.
Jared, Chirnside Park are 60 points up in their second semi-final clash against Whitehorse. It's 16-9-105 for Chirnside. Whitehorse 6-9-45. They are doing a number on them here.
That's an ominous look for Division 4 now. As Young was upended. And they're able to shovel it over to the boundary line.
Oh,
Crawford.
kicking off here.
Yeah, Crawford, who just tapped it over the boundary line, decided the ball's less important. I'm going to go for the fight.
Gee, and Surrey Park are putting their best foot forward here too. They're in front by 17 points with 14 minutes to go. They lead 10-6-66 to One Turner South, 7-7-49.
The ball in wrong-sided, everyone. Tatley wrapped up once more for in the Donvale tackle. Vathakos tried to burst his way through. Cameron on the outer side was able to weave his way. Now it's the kick by McCormick, top of the goal square, bounces down. Mitch Greaves with a desperate kick away, bouncing ball. The race is on between Jeffrey and Morris. Jeffrey dances around, gets to Cameron again. He's going to wait the kick. Love got himself in the way, which was good by Knox. And now Stuckey's there, hands it off. And the outlet kick is just going to come straight back for Donvale. As the mark's been taken. They can apply a little bit more pain here on Knox. Tumbling ball inside forward 50. The weapons are all there. And the main one in this occasion is Duncan. And he takes the mark.
It's a two-act duo, isn't it? Murphy and Duncan.
Yeah,
they just wax lyrical, don't they?
They've combined for 110 goals this season now, I think, if my tally is correct, on this day. And that's plenty for a combination of tall forwards.
They're going to be hard to beat, Donvale, now they're going into the grand final.
Oh, yeah, they'll be raging favourites.
So the work is all ahead of Scoresby, Knox or Upper Ferntree Gully as Duncan puts...
he's missed.
Well, I was going to say an exclamation point on this game, but more of a question mark in that case.
15 minutes into the last quarter in the Division 1 qualifying final, and Park Orchards are home here, 14-9-93, leading Beaconsfield 5-7-37.
Well, Park Orchards doing a number on Beaconsfield as well, as Knox will look to clear it out of their defensive 50. Mark there wasn't taken, but here goes Taylor. Taylor will handball here, and now it's over to Bland. Bland handballs it inside 50. Here's an opportunity for Knox. Here's Taylor, and it's a worm burner off the boot, and Donvale have the numbers back, and they're happy to concede a throw in inside 50 for Knox.
It's just that last kick into their forward line today, Knox. It's just that disconnect,
terrible.
and it's just poor execution. So next week, something they're going to have to really work on and do better if they're to progress in this final series.
So Knox, an opportunity here for Greaves, and Greaves has kicked a behind. So Knox looking like they'll play the winner of Scoresby and Upper Ferntree Gully tomorrow next week, while Donvale looking like they're into a grand final for the 4th year in a row, as Milhan passes it off down the line here for Donvale. Here's Tout. Now it's big crunch there.
Someone's lost a boot.
Yep. Morris has already lost part of his wardrobe.
15 minutes into the last quarter, South Croydon are 50 points up over Noble Park, 12-11-83. Noble Park 4-9-33.
Yeah, been a strong second half, hasn't it?
He just threw the boot away.
Yeah, he couldn't get it on, so I think he's gone for the safety aspect, trying to get it off over the boundary so no one tripped over it.
So free kick here going to Young, who's been good today, Charlie.
Yeah,
Young.
Charlie, he's tried hard.
So in he comes to get the margin back to 25 points. The kick is high, it's drifting well and truly left, and it's another behind to the total. So it's an even 5 goals here. Donvale 12-12-84 to Knox 7-12-54. We've gone 19 and a half minutes in the last quarter. We'll go to Brash for some scores.
Yeah, Baldwin 2 goals in front of Vermont, 13 minutes into the last quarter. Baldwin 14-8-92, Vermont 12-8-80.
So here go Donvale through the middle. It's 1-on-1 in the forward line. It doesn't favour them though, and it favours Knox as they look to go on with it, but an unlucky bounce there, and
Hope he doesn't get penalised for that.
He will.
And it's going to be a ball up.
No, I thought he might. He wanted to.
So
he had the whistle up to his mouth.
So right on the line of the attacking 50 for Donvale. They look to get out of the kerfuffle here, Knox, but it's going to come back. Big crunch there as Donvale look to bring it back in. It's almost turnover city. Oh, he missed the boot. So
some tired boys here.
Here's an opportunity for Donvale. It's a
Out
off the backside there.
It got over both of them.
As Knox looked to clear it out of defence. Well, a comedy of errors there as Knox looked to go forward. Here's Jackson Anderson. Down the middle of the ground, but that's an ordinary kick. And Luke Wignall looking to take some time. We'll go to Brush for another score in Premier.
Yeah, 14 minutes into the last quarter. Berwick look home here, 9-18-72. Mitcham 6-10-46.
Morris took the mark. It was a good intercept just to stop another campaign forward by Donvale. Love uses all the space he had, but didn't use it wisely. So he kicked it straight to Riley Curry. And Donvale look to attack again. Onto the outer side now. Mark taken by Giles. Happy to hold things up. The 30-point lead, enough to sit on here now for the Magpies. Grand final bound once more. Luke Wignall.
3 sides into the grand final for Donvale now. Could be a big day in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, very successful year. And Duncan went up uncontested and takes another mark inside 50.
That's not a good look for mine.
No, it's not.
You know, look, Duncan, look, he's just led. The 3 of them have just stopped.
Well, they just stood there and watched, and it's like the white flag's gone up.
He could have made a coffee and then still marked it.
You're right there, Paul.
Yeah.
Quickly, Blackburn 15-13, 103, leading Doncaster East 11-6-72.
In comes Ethan Duncan. Stretch the lead to 6 goals. We're in time on in the final quarter, and that looks to be a fait accompli. Oh no, the wind had something to say about it, but it drifted right into the hands of Matt Day.
Actually, he's had a big second half, Matt Day.
Yeah, he's been terrific.
He started running. He was running on top of the ground in the second half, and he really made that half-forward position. He really turned that into his own.
Interesting player, Matt Day. He's been dropped to the reserves throughout this year. He's a bit of a feast or famine player. He can kick bags of goals. He can work his way up the ground and be that link-up player. This is a reward for effort. A good day for Matt Day. Good day for Donvale.
Well, that's just the icing on what's been a pretty good cake for them today. They've been, thoroughly deserved to win this game, and it's just been their work rate. They've worked a little bit harder with the ball in hand, transitioned the ball more efficiently, and given their forwards more opportunity to create scores. And it's just been their pressure too, and they've pushed up with their forward line, and they haven't allowed in the second half the Knox players to intercept like they were early in the game. They've really cut their defenders out of the contest. And then got on top in the middle of the ground with their clearance and contested work.
So Matt Day puts an exclamation mark on a brilliant day for Donvale as they are into the grand final once again. Both rucks go at it as Woodward looked to win the clearance there. In fact, it was Graves, but Knox looked to go forward. Now tackled there by Sinisic, and we're going to have a ball up.
James Rousers had a very good second half. Just starting to run into a little bit of form. That's going to be ominous in the next 2 weeks.
Well, it is. And the thing is, he had that quiet first half, then he's worked his way with his energy into the game. But just some big moments where he's created score involvements has been the big factor in the game, and he's really up the ante since half time.
So Knox win the clearance, and they look to go into the forward 50 here. Good intercept there by Mill as he kicks down the line here. Got over to Rouse. In fact, it's Goldsmith.
Oh, well done. Bad luck.
And that'll go out of play for a ball in.
Paul, 18 minutes into the last quarter, and Roval 12-6-78, leading East Ringwood 6-10-46.
Well, big win there for Roval. They've been up and down the last couple of weeks. Roval, that's a big win over East Ring for the second time this year.
Well, they haven't beaten them yet, but they're on the way.
So here's Donvale as they look to go forward. Inside 50. Is that a mark there? That's a brilliant mark from Duncan.
He's taking the Michael at this point.
Oh, my golly gosh. Can you believe it? That's a great, what we would call a slips catch.
Boundary.
Oh, Ray, you'd be proud of that one, mate.
Well, I tell you what, mate, I'd be taking that to the third umpire. I'm sorry.
Who was that like, Ray? Was that Mark Taylor, Mark Waugh, or Bobby Simpson, the late Bobby Simpson?
Well, no mark at all, I tell you.
Vanetta, he's my favourite spider.
Yeah.
So in comes Duncan to add a fourth to his tally and to get it out to 42 points. In comes Duncan for his fourth on the siren, and it's missed to the right. So a 37-point win for Donvale, a comprehensive win in the end. Donvale 13-13-91 to Knox 7-12-54. Jared, the goal kickers for this afternoon.
So we had 3 from Nick's 4, in fact from Nick Murphy, 3 from Ethan Duncan, 3 from Harry Giles, and then singles to Matt Day, Caleb Djordjevic, Tom Goldsmith and Jack Tout. That was the Donvale players. For Knox, on the other hand, Harry Greaves with a few important ones. That's 3 to him, Sam Goyne with 2, and then singles to Jackson Crawford and Braden Barlow. And Donvale, they're into their 4th grand final in as many years. What a success it has been for them over the past few years. They won the one in 2023, didn't get promoted after that against Ferntree Gully. They just need to make sure of this one, and it's going to be a task for the 3 remaining teams in Division 3 to try and topple these Titans.
Yeah, big win, and they were just brilliant today, particularly after half time. They just took control of the game, took it away from Knox. Knox were taking it up to them for a period of time, but when the game was really on the line, they stepped it up through the midfield, won the contested battle, clearance and stoppage, and their ability to transition the ball down the ground and create scoreboard pressure. That was simply what won out here today, and they just gave their forwards just so much opportunity. Murphy, Duncan, and guys like Giles just were a class above what Knox could provide, and Matt Day was terrific. And just their general team across the board, they just had good contributors everywhere, where Knox was sort of looking everywhere for different parts, and they just couldn't, connect as well as they would have liked. A lot of they just got to be better when they go into their forward line. Got to be better in a few other areas. Defended strong early, but then sort of went when they had to late in the game, it all sort of come unstuck for them.
I was really impressed with the way that Donvale grinded them. Yeah.
They did. Yep.
Boundary.
Go Boundary.
Boys, I'm down here on Boundary with James Rouser. James, I know you had a troubled start to the season. You've played a handful of games now. Now we're at the pointy end, and you're into another grand final. How's it feel, mate?
Oh, mate, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's been a tough year. We've had our ups and downs, I mean, collectively, personally as well. But going into 3 games, 3 teams, all into the granny, just such a good position to be in. Club's in such a good nick, so just excited for what's ahead now.
And this one would mean a little bit more. Obviously, I saw you throughout the year on the Boundary, helping the boys out, moving a magnet or 2. What does this one mean to you blokes?
Oh, it means everything. We've set a goal for a long time, and we fell short last year, and the drive's never been stronger for us, so we're just so excited for what's ahead, and I just couldn't be prouder of this group.
On behalf of the media team, mate, well done. Congratulations and good luck in a couple of weeks' time.
Thank you, mate. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I think, and like I said, his second half, he started to run in. I was really impressed. He started to run into a little bit of form. Like I said, it's going to be an ominous sign because he's going to be cherry ripe in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, he is. He's just such a quality player, great ball user, and just some of his clearance work today was just exceptional. First class, gave first use, and that's what they were after. And they really stepped it up after half-time when they had to, when they were challenged. Knox did challenge him at periods of time in the game, but it was just the class factor in the end that really stepped up to the fore. And their forward line, they've just got so many options. Day, Murphy, Duncan,
Giles floats down
Giles,
there.
And then even the good ball users of guys like Kyle Wignall, Zalich, etc. They just took control and ownership of the game. And then down back, they're just well served with guys like Milne and all those players. Max
Boundary, guys.
Exactly. Right. Go for it.
What do you got, Raymond?
Boundary.
Go on, your Ray.
Okay, right, we've got Chris Tout here. Chris, into another, the fourth grand final for Donvale in a row. You know, you've come across from Warrandyte. So how have you found it since you've been at Donvale?
Yeah, I've loved it. I played a year in under-17s with a lot of these boys, and they've been nothing but welcoming. I feel like I've been here longer than I actually have. It's awesome.
And I see your old man jumped on board across to Donvale after coaching Warrandyte, do a flag and everything.
Yeah, I actually didn't want him to come across. He just followed me.
What's it like playing down there with the two big forwards down there who mark everything? You know?
Oh, it's awesome. They're so good. They work so well together, and they if they're not going to mark it, they bring it to feet for the young little fellas. So yeah, they're really good. You just know they're going to.
You can have next week off now and then play, like I say, in the fourth grand final. So good luck and see how it goes, mate.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ray. Tell you what, there is a big upset brewing in Division 2 because Surrey Park look like they are going to move. In fact, Surrey Park have defeated Wantirna South to move into the second semi against Templestowe, which means that Surrey Park are at least guaranteed another preliminary final.
It's amazing, isn't it?
That's incredible. What a story.
Surrey Park 11-6-72 have defeated Wantirna South 7-9-51. That's a story in itself, I reckon.
That is a low scoring of Wantirna South as well. The fact that Surrey Park are able to keep such a high scoring team to only 7 goals, limiting options such as Hewitt and Quinn Clark, I think that's an incredible story for the Panthers.
Yeah, shows what you can do when you're defensively minded, isn't it? And we worried about their ball movement, but today that hasn't been a factor.
Churnside are 58-point winners over Whitehorse Pioneers. They move into the grand final 17-9-111 to Whitehorse Pioneers 7-11-53. So that's a big win there for Churnside, and they've probably shaken the monkey here.
Yeah, absolutely. And
there's still a step to go. They've got to win that last day, and that's the one that they've been searching for such a long period of time. And there's still a few challenges in the midst there. Now Whitehorse have to go back and do it the hard way.
And it looks like Park Orchards are going to win by the best part of 60 points here. They are 16-11-107 to Beaconsfield 7-10-52. So they set up a mouth-watering clash, a big second semi-final clash against South Belgrave next weekend. Tell you what, we've got some ripping games coming up next week.
Yeah, looking forward to it next week. I wonder which one we're going to be going to.
Haven't Beaconsfield run out? I mean, look, all credit to Park Orchards, of course. That's a really impressive victory. But, I mean, turning that around from a 1-point victory at Domini Reserve against Beaconsfield in round 9, it feels like Beaconsfield, they've run out of puff towards the end of the season. And it's disappointing to not have another challenger there to South Belgrave up in Division 1. But I just don't see them making a grand final now, the Eagles.
Final score, South Croydon have knocked over Noble Park by 39 points. South Croydon 12-12-84 booked their finals over Noble Park 6-9-45. So it looks like that Noble Park and South Croydon will fill the final 2 positions. Unfortunately for Vermont, they look like they're going to fall short here as Balwyn hold a 17-point lead. Deep into the last quarter, it's Balwyn 15-9-99, leading Vermont 12-10-82. Other scores, looks like Berwick will record another win there, 32 points over Mitcham, 10-19-79. They've had 29 scoring shots to 6-11-47. Blackburn finish off the season in fine style, 17-13-115 with minutes to go. They lead Doncaster East 12-7-79. And at this stage, it looks like Roval have got up and won by 20 points. Roval 12-7-79. East Ringwood 8-11-59. Gents, before we go home, we'll read out all the full-time scores and set up what's going to be a fantastic day of football tomorrow, but as well as next week.
Yeah, looking forward to doing all that, and tomorrow some big games.
Brash, just one thing on all of that.
Yep.
Is that Roval have beaten East Ringwood twice this year.
Exactly.
Yes. That's right.
You know, and Ray, look, sometimes, you know, it's the same with Baldwin today. Sometimes you do have a bad run of form, and look, Baldwin, you know, and Vermont would have, you know, fancied their chances today, but unfortunately it didn't work out for them. But it just happens, doesn't it? You can't write off the good sides.
No, you can't. But where does that leave East Ringwood as far as you guys are concerned? Because they've dropped a couple of games now lately.
Been a couple of question marks, and I think it's just been their forward line. I mean, we've seen them kick 9 goals, 18, 8 goals, 11, 9 goals, 14, etc. It feels like they're getting their shots further up the ground, and then defensive teams are really putting the squeeze on them. So that's going to be the big thing going into a finals campaign from what they're going to do to have to address that. But even through the midfield, they don't feel as dominant as what they were early parts of the year.
So where does that leave? Obviously, look, East Ringwood and Baldwin will play off next week in the qualifying final down on probably the biggest ground in the Eastern Football Netball League, Ray, at home park in Beaconsfield. Who do you reckon, whose game styles are going to suit the most?
I think Baldwin. I think Baldwin are in the box seat to beat East Ringwood now.
Yeah, I think Baldwin as well. I think Baldwin, and we alluded to it at the start of the broadcast, winning form is good form going into a finals series. And Brenton Sanderson, he's been searching for ways to arrest the slump and the rise. And it appears that they're on the way to doing that. And they've got some players to come back into that team, some big decisions to make at selection next week. They get those players back in that team. Going to be very hard to beat during this finals campaign.
Let's quickly go back over today's clash here, and obviously we've spoken about Donvale and they move into the grand final. But Knox have got a front up next weekend against either Scoresby or Upper Ferntree Gully. My main concern, and I think I raised this throughout the broadcast, was the fact that they didn't have enough options for goal kickers, Ray.
Brash, I think that the big thing that Knox lack is a key centre-half forward.
Yep. You could be right.
Well, it's the key forwards in general, Ray, because they're just too small up in that forward 50.
They've got good crumbing forwards, you need that, but a key centre-half forward. You take, Donvale have got 2 down there, so,
And the thing is, when you're disconnected in the forward line, you're chipping the ball with that uncontested ball movement. Yeah. It puts too much pressure on. It's just too easy. If it's not the precise kick, it's just too easy to peel off and defend. And how many times did we see it today? Donvale intercept, transition, on turnover, and then they get a goal kicked against them.
Do they roll the dice next week, Knox, and maybe play Harry Greaves at centre-half forward? Because I mean, look,
I thought that Knox won the ruck duels for 3.5
Well, Woodward
quarters.
was great.
He 3.5 quarters today. They won the ruck duels.
Yeah, he was good.
So do you take away a winning, position? No, I just think that I think they just got to go in with their game style, and I think they can beat whoever they play next week. I think they can bounce back.
The only question mark is if they play a Scoresby. Are they going to? Scoresby got a pretty deep midfield. They bat really deep. We know they've got good intercepting defenders. That's going to be the big question mark. Can they, do the business against them like they did last week? So Scoresby, but Upper Ferntree Gully too. They'll probably be sitting here today going, we can beat a team like Knox.
See, also Knox have got a couple of wounded today. You
That's
don't
right.
know how they're going to come up as well.
Yeah,
so,
Sam Woodward's the big one as well, given that he's the ruckman. That's more height going out of the team if he doesn't get back up for it next week.
And then the question mark is for Donvale. Like, Donvale sit there back now and smoke the peace pipe and go, well, who do we really want to play? Like next week, they probably don't, in one sense, don't care because they'll take on anyone. But I would suggest that Donvale would probably like to play a Knox team again next week. Yeah, they'd love to play Scoresby to settle the score from a few weeks ago. But there's always that thing in your mind. It's always good to play the team that you beat in the second semi again in the grand final.
But the thing is, though, I think there's a bit. Just looking at the way Donvale set themselves up today, they look like they've got a little bit more steely resolve this year. And I think that the fact that they, I think they had plenty of winners across most of the lines today.
They were brilliant, across every area.
And the thing is, look, for as good as what Scoresby have done, right, Scoresby got to come out tomorrow, and obviously they've pushed Donvale for the year, but look, it's a finals football is a different football, and look, for mine at the moment, I don't think, in my opinion, that Donvale give two hoots about who they're playing in the grand final, because I actually think that they've got the game style, and they've got the plan, I think, that can nullify.
Well, it's virtual. You've got to beat us now.
Yeah.
And they got the personnel.
Yeah,
they got personnel.
The only way they beat themselves, lose Donvale, is if they beat themselves.
Yeah.
And it also will probably come down to the mindset that the club has throughout that week, that week leading up to the grand final, because I'm telling you now, sometimes grand finals are lost during the week because of attitude and a sense of entitlement.
Yeah. But
I've
they will
seen
be
it
feeling,
happen.
yeah, exactly, and they'll be feeling a little bit of pressure during the grand final week because they'll want to correct what happened last year. Because for much of that game, they had that in their keeping, and it fell out of their arms just in the late stages. So, yeah, it'll be just interesting to see how they conduct themselves in that week, and what sort of things that they do to address that from previous times.
Paul, let's just quickly. Let's quickly recap the women's grand finals this afternoon. You covered quite a few games this year in all the divisions, and what a tale of the tape has been for Park Orchards this year. They got promoted this year, and they've come out and they've won the grand final 4-12-36 to 4-9-33. It's a massive effort, isn't it?
Oh, it's certainly it's a wonderful story, really. We spoke about during the game, they won the Div 1 flag last year, came up from Div 1, and they've been one of the top teams all year. They've been absolutely superb the whole year, and it's a magnificent effort for Park Orchards to come up a division and win the flag.
And it's quite ironic, isn't it? Because both South Belgrave women and men, and Park Orchards men and women, right, have been up there all year. But between the four of them, they've waxed lyrical for most of the year, and someone's going to be. South Belgrave have been disappointed in the women's today. Will lightning strike twice if both of them play off in the grand final in 3 weeks' time? It'd be very interesting, I think. But look, once again, Park Orchards this afternoon probably set up that win in the first quarter.
Yeah, they did.
They were
from the
5 goals.
The scores, yeah.
5, and it looked like to me that Beaconsfield never really got into the Park Orchards never allowed Beaconsfield in the contest this afternoon.
Well, that's it. I mean, with those scores coming through, and I was looking at a couple of messages, it just felt like, Beaconsfield didn't have any time in the game that they were in that contest. And
No.
Park Orchards jumped them early, shut the gate, and said, "You've got to chase us for the whole game." But that just illustrates the sort of ruthless football that Paris are and that they've been playing. Yeah.
Boys, with Beaconsfield, do you think now Mick Fogarty next season, I presume he's going along again? We haven't heard anything.
My understanding
of the
is,
contract. Okay, he's taught them now they've been in 3 seasons. So he's taught them how to play EFNL football over what they were playing before. Do you think now all he needs to do is teach them how to play EFNL finals?
More than I think that's
it.
Well, it's probably the next layer, isn't it, Brush?
Yeah, it is. I think you're right on the money there, Ray, because the final score there at this afternoon at East Burwood, and Spidey, you did allude to the fact that you thought that the game plan of Park Orchards would really suit that surface.
Yeah,
and,
it does.
And they've won by 61 points in the end, 17-11, 113 to 7-10-52. I think the thing that we're worrying Mick Fogarty is the fact that, it's all right if we win. We're going to we've still got a mountain to climb the week after. Gents, we're going to take another break before we and we'll come back after the break, and we'll keep talking about all the things that have happened in the EFNL today, and we might put on our crystal ball and have a quick chat about tomorrow. But today it's Donvale easy victors over Knox. We'll be back after this break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. while her two young boys wrestled on Looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second semi-final in third division is done and dusted for 2025, and it was a victory for Donvale. And quite convincingly by 37 points. It was Donvale 13-13-91, defeating Knox 7-12-54. Goal kickers for Donvale, 4 to Murphy, 3 to Duncan, 2 to Giles, singles to Jordovic and Goldsmith, while for Knox, Harrison Greaves got 3 and Goyne with 2, singles to Barlow and Crawford. Also, you know, a lot of other finals and games set down for decision. Premier Division finished up this afternoon, and we'll quickly once again go through the scores. South Croydon have booked their final spot with a 39-point win over Noble Park. South Croydon 12-12-84 have defeated Noble Park 6-9-45.
He's done it again, Brendan Allen.
He has. Berwick
slides into another finals campaign.
Berwick round off their 2025 campaign with a 27-point victory over Mitcham. Berwick, 30 shots at goal, thank you very much. 10 goals, 20-80. Defeated Mitcham 7-11-53.
Yeah, some big scores there. That illustrates, doesn't it, Jared, that a team like Berwick on the improve, they could have had a massive win there today, but that's an indication for the future that in 2026 they could be a team on the rise and improve again.
It feels like one of those teams that if they don't make the finals, they could at least shape it.
Yeah. Blackburn guys, gee, have they really sent a message here this afternoon. The game's just about over, but they're 83 points in front of Doncaster East. They're 23-16, 154 to Doncaster East, 12-9-81. Gee, are they sending a message?
But that's just not a message about Blackburn how good they've played, that's probably also sent a message about Doncaster East.
I was going to say that. It's
to
queuing the
me,
rack time.
That's for me, to put up that performance in the last game. That's pretty disappointing. I know your season finished the week before, that you would have thought that at home, you want to try and finish off the season, try and be competitive. That's stuff that for going forward, something they've got to have a look at.
Roval came back into form this afternoon and they won a hard-fought contest against East Ringwood, and for the second time this season they've taken East Ringwood scalp. Ray, you'd be happy with his performance. Roval 12-7-79, East Ringwood 8-11-59.
Well, the accurate kicking makes a big difference, because those weeks that they were losing, they were kicking a heck of a lot more points and goals. So yeah, but that's not totally all. You have to beat an East Ringwood side. You have to play better than what Roval had been playing, without a doubt.
And Balwyn have ended Vermont's season. Eagles were gallant in the last round. Unfortunately, they've gone down by 12 points. Balwyn 15-10-100, Vermont 13-10-88. For me, the Eagles left it way too late in the season. They dropped crucial games throughout the season. Their form fluctuated through injury. To finish seventh is probably a pretty fair reflection on where their season is.
It is.
Brash, I think that you made a comment a few weeks ago, and I think that's why Vermont finished where they have. Vermont do not get the value out of their VFL players when they come back to play at Vermont like other clubs do. And that's the difference with Vermont this year.
But also I think Vermont for the future now, what they've got to start to look ahead to is life without a few of those senior experienced players. Now we talk about Lockie Johns. I mean, we know he's been around that club for such a long period of time and carried the load. Now it's the time where they've got to probably open it up and say, we need to bring someone else in to support him. And guys like Greenwood have been around for a long time, so it could be a little bit of a changing of the guard at Vermont. So it could be a good thing. They've got games into some of those young players throughout the course of the year. So I think there's a little bit of upside for them, but it's just going to take a little bit of time before they break back into that finals combination.
Do you think that Buxton's going to go on? I say that because how many games did he play this year?
I think he only played 6.
Yeah, I know.
I think he'll play again.
Oh, he has. He's had him and Sam Wiedemann had 2-year contracts.
Okay.
So both of them will be fronting back up again next season.
But you've got to get more than 6 games out of him.
Well, I think also too, I think in the off-season, Vermont may need to look at their at the structure with regards to players' rehabilitation in terms of injury. They've had too many, I think, over a period of time, over the last 2 or 3 years, Vermont's injury list has been too high for them to really be a threat at this level at this particular stage. So that's something that they'll have to work on in the off-season. But I also feel too that they probably need to work on some of their running fitness. I thought at times at the season they didn't look like that they were running on top of the ground as well as they should.
Yeah, and probably they just lacked, they're an inside team, but maybe they need to balance that up a bit more with a bit more outside run within the playing group as well. So maybe they need to look at a few other players coming into that playing group to be a little bit more dynamic.
We've spoken about Park Orchard, 17-9-111 defeating Beaconsfield 7-10-52. But for me, this is the result of the afternoon for mine. Surrey Park once again have moved into a second semi-final, and at worst they're playing in a preliminary final. They've defeated Wantirna South 11-6-72 to 7-9-51. Ray, they keep defying the odds. Surrey Park, when's it going to end?
Well, yeah, you're right, Brash. You think that they've reached their level, and as I said at half-time today in the games, they've done nothing wrong all year, but now they're going to play finals. It's only one final. They've stepped up.
Yep.
And we'll just see. But even if they don't go any further, the credit goes to them.
Well, it's a massive tick, isn't it? I mean, to win one final, going up another division, gives themselves an opportunity. And it's a free hit against Templestowe next week. I mean, we probably would expect at this point in time that Templestowe win that game. But they get to have a go at it. And if it doesn't pay off next week, they still get to go to a prelim, and you never know, play against Wantirna South again. So
what do you reckon, Jared?
Just looking at the way Surrey Park trend throughout the seasons, and it goes for when they were back in Division 3, when they were back in Division 4, is that they get a few hits at those top sides. They cop a punch to the face. They learn from it. They keep learning about opposition sides throughout the season. I think they do their research really well. They've entered Division 3. They learnt about Donvale, lost to them a couple times throughout the season. One of those games was an absolute disaster. Beat them here at Jubilee Park last year. And they're doing it again. They I think they beat Wantirna South in round 1, if I'm correct. Yeah. So I mean, that's just sort of like round 1, feeling each other out. They got done pretty badly by Wantirna South the next time, and now
they've got Templestone next week.
And that's my next point, because Ray, you said about a week or so ago that you were a little bit worried about Templestowe. Do you think? And Surrey haven't beaten them this year.
I give them a chance.
Do you reckon they're a chance?
I give them a chance. Look, I don't care. You say that this side hasn't beaten this side this year, but when you come up to a final, that doesn't matter what's happened in the past.
It's different.
What happens today, and how you handle the pressure of a final.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Churnside once again. Look, they've been the best side in Division 4 this year. They proved it this afternoon. 58-point winners over Whitehorse Pioneers. Churnside 17-9, 111. Whitehorse 7-11, 53. That's as comprehensive as second semi-final win that you want, gentlemen.
It is, and 7 goals is just not going to cut it with that forward line that they possess, Whitehorse. So they've really got some work to do. But I really think the winner out of tomorrow, Kilsyth and Warrandyte, that is the big one. Whoever wins that game, they could realistically beat a Whitehorse in a preliminary final and move through.
I think Churnside Park might be worried about. I mean, of course they'll play
Churnside Park probably don't want to play Kilsyth.
I was going to say Warrandyte as well. Like it's a really interesting proposition, I suppose, given Warrandyte did beat them earlier in the year. I think they're building into some good form into this end of the season. It's fascinating. Maybe Whitehorse aren't the second place challenger that Churnside Park would fear.
No. And just quickly, once again, Premier Division in the senior women's, fantastic victory for Park Orchards, 4-12-36, defeated South Belgrave 4-9-33, and in the Division 2 women's grand final, it was victory to Murrelbach, and Murrelbach were a fantastic. It was fantastic for them this year. They were clearly the best side in second division in women's, and that final score saw Murrelbach 5-8-38 to Montrose 2-1-13. Gents, we've done and dusted with Saturday. Let's have a look at tomorrow's games and what promises to be. It's cutthroat finals tomorrow for every side. We'll quickly start going through that. Baronia tomorrow take on a North Ringwood at Pinks Reserve. That'll be our match of the day tomorrow, and that's going to be a ripping broadcast. I'm really looking forward to going up to covering that one. Baronia got a few injuries leading into this contest, but I have a look at that side and it's still one of the stronger ones. Unfortunately, Begley and Max Brasher not in the lineup this week due to injury. But that being said, Baronia, Ray, they haven't done much wrong. They've probably exceeded expectations. What do you think about tomorrow's game?
They haven't done much wrong, coming up a division, but I'm picking North Ringwood. I just think their form at the moment to actually get where they are has been much better.
Yeah, I agree. I think the form line for North Ringwood's stacking up really well. I think they've really narrowed the gap over recent weeks. Baronia, just not sure how they're going to go on that ground at Pinks. But North Ringwood, really looking forward to seeing how they go about this contest tomorrow. Got some really exciting players. I think Fenton back in that team really sets it up, and we know what things that Ben can do. He's just so dynamic, and their defence stood up in some games, particularly against Montrose a couple of weeks ago. Just whether their forward line can put it together on the day and take those chances when they present.
Jared and Paul, what do you think of North Ringwood's chances, Jared? I was thinking about more your power ratings because both Boronia and North Ringwood have been very close this year in your ratings. Is what's going to tip the scales for either one of these sides tomorrow?
Oh, it's a fascinating question. I think a player like Davidson on a big ground, if you isolate him, obviously Boronia have got Jared Lake and Harry Burgess as well, a really strong defensive lineup. But I think with the way that North Ringwood are able to move the ball, they can move it very quickly. Just might be able to catch Boronia out of position on Pink's reserve. And,
Rice Flynn. They're the sort of guys that they're going to be relying on Jared to really be dynamic on, particularly on a big ground.
Cantwell also.
Cantwell, we know what he can do with his rebound.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know. I feel like North Ringwood. I would tip them at this point, just based on form, based on how Boronia have been tracking lately, as well as North Ringwood. It's definitely going to be a really interesting one. We saw these two teams play it out a few weeks ago. It was an excellent game, and Boronia, look, they always looked like the winners, but that's because they were so accurate when kicking a goal, and North Ringwood failed to accomplish the same. So I think it's going to be North Ringwood in this one.
What do you reckon quickly, Paul?
Yeah, no, I reckon North Ringwood as well.
North Ringwood in a tight one for me, Brash.
Yeah, look, Division 2, let's quickly look at Mulgrave and Heathmont tomorrow. They play off in the elimination final at Walker Park. I reckon this is a 50-50 game. I really, at the moment, I can't really make a case for either one of these sides because their form throughout the season has been really inconsistent at best. I'm going to, for the sake of a tip, I'm going to throw my head in there. I'll throw the coin up, and it's landed on Mulgrave for mine.
Well, I'm the other way. I've been up against Heathmont, even making finals, as you all know. But I think they can win this final tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Heathmont, just from the fact that guys like Appleby, Feltham, and a couple of those sort of experienced players just starting to play better footy. Just a little bit worried how Mulgrave's their form's fluctuated over recent weeks. And I just think Heathmont probably got a little bit of forward line set up a bit better, a bit more dynamic, and I just think that might stretch the Mulgrave defence.
I think Heathmont by under a goal. I think it'll be like the game we did last week.
What about you, Jared?
Heathmont have the form against
Mulgrave.
Of
course they have, because they're very good on your power ratings, and they're your favourite side.
Well, the way that I see it, I mean, Heathmont, they've done it before against Mulgrave in a final. They've got a 5-3 record in the past 8 games, I believe, if I'm remembering that correctly. They've got the quality. I think that on Mulgrave in an edge sort of case. I know Mulgrave, they've got a fantastic engine room with Jervisoni and Tillyard, and they'll have to be shut down. But across most lines, I think Heathmont have got them covered.
Finally, gents, Division 4 semi-final, the first semi-final. Let's quickly... Warrandyte and Kilsyth. I thought Warrandyte's form last week looked really, really good for a contest. I'm going to tip the Bloods in this one. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, I think Warrandyte should win this one.
Jared?
Kilsyth, I'll give them a chance with Goebbels and Drake as well. That's such an interesting... it's throwing the cat amongst the pigeons for sure at this end of the season, but I'm going to stick true with Warrandyte. I think they just have that quality in the midfield.
What do you reckon, Ray?
Warrandyte for me.
Kilsyth for me. Brash, think that those two experienced players, Drake and Goebbels, will be the difference.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a fantastic day here at Jubilee Park this afternoon. We got a very, very good contest between Donvale and Knox, but I think it's time that we all ride off into the sunset for the evening. And we've had a great day out here, and it's time to say goodbye. But before then, we've got to thank everyone's contributions this afternoon. It's been no mean feat. Our media team has covered the globe in terms of EFNL football this afternoon. And first of all, I'm going to thank Jaden Adolph. He's had to duck off quickly, but his contribution on the boundary line was good. Ray, thank you for your pre-match and your half-time and your insight throughout the afternoon.
Thanks, Brash.
Spider, always a pleasure to have you on board, and look forward to doing it again with you again real soon.
Yeah, no worries, Brash and everyone. Looking forward to all the finals coming up over the next couple of weeks, and looking forward to tomorrow's games as well.
To you, Paul, congratulations on your first game. You had a great. I hope you enjoyed the experience. It was and it was good fun for you.
I sure did, Brush. It was a lot of fun. Thanks, Brush, and thanks.
Great
everyone.
call too. Great call.
Yeah, well done. And Jared, thanks again. Really solid from you again today. We'll look forward to having you again on board tomorrow.
Cheers, Brash, and well done, Paul. It was great commentating beside you.
To Lee Green, Kate Green, and all at LKM Media, a fantastic day for them. They've looked after us. They've provided us with the audio and the video. And so a big thank you to them. But it's time to say goodbye. And it was Donvale, 13-13-91, moving into the third division grand final over Knox, 7-12-54. We'll see you all again tomorrow.